12 o'clock. Let's call to order the 16th public meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission on Tuesday, July 17th. We have a sort of a funny process today. We're going to have the first 2 hours from 12 to 2 will be devoted to our regular weekly Gaming Commission meeting. At 2 o'clock, we will, if we're finished, we'll conclude that meeting. If we haven't finished our business, we will suspend that meeting and have a brief press availability with our gaming consultant and gaming commissioner to talk about the State Racing Commission report. Then we will reconvene. When that's done, we'll reconvene, if necessary, the ongoing regular meeting, and at 3 o'clock, we will have a separate meeting. Whether we have to suspend this one or it's done, we will start that one fresh, which will be an opportunity to get feedback on the regulations for what? Which regulations are those?
Final regulations for racing.
Oh, the racing. That's right. Changing the
racing,
the emergency regs into regular permanent regs. And we will keep that meeting open for as long as is required. And hopefully by 4 o'clock, all of this will be done. So it's a little bit of an odd process today. Did I say that right, basically?
everything was wonderful.
Just say racing.
Racing, okay. All right. Starting out with approval of the minutes from the July 10 meeting. Were there any comments? I did have one.
Well, I distributed these late yesterday,
all right.
so I wonder if everybody's had a chance to read them.
Are we ready to go ahead with that
Yeah, I did.
approval?
Yes.
Oh, I did.
Okay. I made during the meeting with the section with the executive search firm, I made a comment about the criticality of getting diverse candidates, which is a note I'd like to see memorialized in the minutes, if you wouldn't mind adding that.
No, I'd be happy to read that.
Did anybody else have?
I thought I saw that.
Oh, maybe-
It's not
maybe-
there?
well-
Well, I'll check. If it isn't
Okay.
there, I'll find
Okay.
it.
I read it quickly, so I might have
Yeah,
missed
no,
it.
no.
Any other issues? Okay, we have a motion to accept.
So moved.
Second?
Second?
All in favor of accepting the minutes for July 10, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Minutes are accepted. Item number 3, administration. Executive Director search update. Commissioner Stebbins has been managing this process.
Sure, we'll invite our consultant and jury staff to come forward.
Good afternoon. Jim LaRosa with Jura staff.
And Jennifer Romanos with Juro staff.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Go ahead, Jim, just want to give us an update?
Sure.
The 1 week you've been on the job?
Yeah, the 1 week we've been on the job. Well, actually had a lot happen this last week. So since we last convened, we were able to get a copy of the job description. I was able to get that from Bruce after the meeting last week, which was very helpful, and I thought it was very well prepared, very thorough. It was, in essence, a standard executive director job description for a gaming commission. So it was a great starting point. On Thursday of last week, I had the opportunity to go down to Linwood, New Jersey, and meet with Fred Gushin in his office and a few other folks, and had some really good conversations with him on his feedback as to what the executive director position should look like for this commission in particular, being a startup and relating to the issues of really a strong focus on a regulatory bent. And he advised me about what states would be the best states for us to look at in terms of looking and targeting some candidates. So we had a chance to talk about that. He also, gave me some advice on whether we should look at lotteries or racing commissions and so forth, and so, and was also able to give me some information of some people to contact and to start speaking to. So, real good meeting with him. Jennifer, as you know, had the opportunity to speak to each of you over the course of the last week. That really was helpful from two avenues, I think. First is it helped us flesh out the job description, which you guys have in front of you now, the draft. But it also, I think, really, as I was saying to Bruce, I think it really made this a more three-dimensional for us. It was more than just a piece of paper and talking to you guys, but we really got some good insights as to what you guys are feeling with regard to what this position should look like. For the most part, I would say that everybody seems to be on the same page as to what you're looking for, both from behavioral traits and from experience. I think that the general consensus is that the strong preference is someone from another gaming commission. There is a little bit of give and take on whether there should be some consideration of strong candidates outside of the gaming industry. But the primary, I think...
When you say give and take, do you mean some people think there should and some people think there should not?
Not that there should not, but that it wouldn't be wrong to consider a good candidate, or to at least give consideration to candidates that did not come from the Gaming Commission if they had regulatory experience or other experience that may be transferable. That was not the preference stated, but it wasn't ruled out.
So everybody, to one degree or another, was willing to accept the idea of a sort of a non-traditional, outside-the-box candidate if somebody was really good.
I'll let Jennifer talk a little bit more that she spoke to you. I think there's varying degrees of it, but I'll let Jennifer.
Two varying degrees. I think no one at this point wanted to preclude someone's candidacy if they had some sort of either gaming industry experience on the regulatory or the casino operator side, or even profiles of those currently working with a public agency at a pretty high level. Those are the kinds of, I guess, two other buckets that we would consider outside the primary and preferred profile of someone currently sitting on another state's commission.
In speaking with Fred also, his opinion was that, understanding again that this is a startup commission and that for many reasons that is your strong desires to get someone from another commission. That being said, as he explained it to me, he said it's not uncommon to see this position filled by someone outside of the Gaming Commission, but it typically is someone from a government agency that has a high level in a government agency with a lot of regulatory experience. That was his sense. I think what he was saying to me was, we may identify, and you may speak to, several gaming commissioner or gaming background candidates, but you may, at the end of the day, may not find them to have all of the skill sets and all of the, I guess, the kind of the mindset is what he said. He said, I don't know that all of the folks from the gaming commissions around the country or the gaming operations around the country are of consistent mindset to what Massachusetts is looking for. And I think the point was to be very strong on the regulatory side. And I think his point was that there are certain states in which the culture is one where you may bend a little bit on the regulatory side. And he cautioned me to make sure that was really something that we were focusing on, because that wasn't, And he said that may rule out a significant number of candidates because they come from that culture. So from his point of view, he said if you probably should not close the door on looking at people outside of the industry. All of that being said, obviously our primary and initial focus is going to be on the industry. And we already have a list of people that we want to speak to once we basically have all the processes in place. I mean, we've got our homework done, and we're ready to go and start talking to folks once all the processes are in place. So the next thing, I guess, on our agenda this week was we took the information from Fred, from the discussions that Jennifer had with each of you, and with some research that we did on our own to try to kind of revise the job description a little bit. I think you each have a copy of it. A little explanation on what we did. Again, from what we started with, it was a great starting point. I think what we tried to do was take a standard job description and make it a little bit more relevant to this position, particularly it being a startup. You will see there are some redundancies and some overlaps in it. I kind of left that in there almost to kind of drive home certain points on what you guys are looking for, but obviously, this is a draft and we can take portions of it out. In the first section, in the scope, I added a section just to make sure that it was clear that racing is covered, and that's really that paragraph and everything that's covered within it. I also put a paragraph in addressing the mission statement. I think that from our conversations and from reading what the commission's points of view are, I think the mission statement is fairly important to the commission. So I made sure that was addressed in the job description. The near-term duties and responsibilities, the focus of that, I think, is we took a lot of the comments that Jennifer got from her conversations with the commissioners, and really it's to make it there be a focus that this is a startup. And so a lot of the points in the near-term duties and responsibilities that may be different than a job description that you may see for a mature organization is a lot of the issues relating to applications and licensing. And again, just driving home the point that this is a startup. General duties and responsibilities, we added a few things. Truthfully, a lot of that came from just additional things that I had seen from executive director positions in other states, and I took some things that I thought would be appropriate to your job description. The candidate knowledge and preferred abilities, those are really a lot of, I guess in the business we call them more behavioral type traits, and a lot of this we took from Jennifer's conversations with the commissioners. And if nothing else, it's almost a reminder to us when we're interviewing candidates to screen them for these behavioral traits. And if the commissioners have it in front of them while they're conducting their interviews or your interviews, again, it's almost a roadmap to some of the ideas that you expressed to us were important to you. So this is the draft that we've put together. We obviously welcome your comments, additions, deletions on that.
Mr. Chairman, I know that this just got put in everybody's packet this morning, so what I would recommend or suggest, if everybody agrees, is that if you look through the document, have some changes, updates, drafts, edits you want to make, you can share them with me and I can feed them back to Jura staff, and hopefully at next Tuesday's business meeting, we can give final approval to a final job description that they can run with and begin to share as having unanimous approval by the commission moving forward.
Jennifer, was there anything else you picked up? Were there any divergencies in perspectives on what this person should be doing or what the background should be or anything?
None that I thought were, I guess, major to the position. Everyone seemed to be on the same page with just describing the executive director's place with respect to the board as being a position that would not, that the person wouldn't be expected to act on his or own will, that there is a reporting structure. And to that extent, no, I think everyone was
Okay.
on the same page.
I think the other thing that I got from Jennifer's notes that everybody seemed to be on the same page about was the okay to look at candidates from the private casino gaming sector. They would have to meet all of the qualifications and criteria. However, that you were open, that it's obviously not the first choice. However, that it was something that I think everybody said that if the appropriate candidate was there, that we should explore that avenue.
That's the point that I was going to make, because it seems to me that there is some, and we've seen some very good people. In fact, we've had some at our forums who have been on both sides, and the regulatory experience coupled with the business experience might, if all other qualities were the same, be a great combination to have. So.
Yeah, and that obviously was our first thought. Kind of playing devil's advocate in terms of some information that I received from Fred when I was meeting with him. His concern was the conflict of interest issue in that you don't really know who's going to be applying for licenses. And that it may be a tricky situation without knowing who's going to be applying. His initial thought was, I don't know how you're going to go down that road, because you're just not going to know who's applying to you or applying for licenses. So with that caveat and out there, again, I think our philosophy at this point is, we obviously will be targeting people within the industry, in other commissions and other agencies. That is our primary. But when we see strong candidates that maybe come from the casino industry or even outside, we will vet them and present them and really let you guys make the decision on that. Next piece of business, I guess, was the job advertisements. So I had sent in the information.
Excuse me.
Jim, before we
sure.
got that,
Sorry.
thank you. I just wanted to make a point on the job description. It's two small edits, but I think they will help me make the point that I want to make, which is relative to the place of and the role of the executive director. Under the near-term duties, subsection C, that starts with the word design, implement and manage infrastructure and procedures. I would strike out the word design.
Okay.
Because I see the role of the commission relative to policy setting as having a direct role in the design of those procedures for evaluation of the licensees, whereas the executive director would have more of an implementation role or a managerial role in that. I have a second similar, and
Just
again,
on that, I had the same reaction. I was going to say help to design, but
Okay.
it's the same point.
Yes.
I agree with that point. There is that distinction.
okay. Thank you. There's a second on the general duties and responsibilities on subsection D. The sentence finishes with and oversees the development of fiscal policy and procedures of the commission. Again, I would insert assist the commission in the oversight and implementation of fiscal policy, but it is the commission's ultimate responsibility to have that role, where the executive director must be in an assistance role. The rest of it, by the way, looks very good. I think it's great work. I think.
Well, and I appreciate those comments, and what I'm going to do is, because I know that the commission hasn't had a great opportunity to really go through it since you just got it last night. I'm taking those thoughts in mind. I will go through it again, and if there's any areas like that that need to be cleaned up, we'll do so.
Great.
Could I just ask
Yeah.
one more question? We're in as much of a selling mode as we are a buying mode with this process, right? Is there going to be another piece of this that gives our sales pitch? How do we, maybe that's something on your agenda, how do we deal with that place? I mean, this is a great opportunity, this is a wonderful environment, it's a great cultural environment, a great business environment, great history, and this is gonna be an important part of important new part of the energy in Massachusetts, and
I think probably what you're asking is, will there be any collateral, I guess, that we can provide to prospective candidates?
Yes, I mean, just,
Yeah.
maybe that's part of the plan that you're gonna get to, but how,
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
typically, I mean, every position is different, but in terms of what we provide, I mean, to a prospective candidate. So oftentimes, we will work with you if there are, with private industry, they typically have kind of a marketing package that they'll have us pass on to the candidates. For public entity like yourself, we would typically put together, in essence, the selling points and the highlights of the position itself. We could put in some information typically about the region and the area and so forth. But for the most part, I mean, it's really just kind of putting the job description, and Jennifer and I would have something, whenever we talk to a candidate, we follow it up with some collateral information, is basically what we call it. In essence, some type of marketing materials. If you wanted us to work with you, the commission, to actually put something very specific together and work with your team, we could do that too.
well, I've been involved in a couple of other searches, and we did have that kind of
Yeah.
thing, and, we touting some of the really exciting features of this. This is a great job description, but
Yeah.
now this is a really exciting position at a really exciting time in the.
And that's, yeah, and I just, hopefully we're talking the same language. When I'm talking collateral, I mean, that's
Right.
basically what,
Right.
it's, in essence, marketing materials,
Yeah.
selling the position, so.
Right.
A lot of what I would say on the calls, I usually have a document that I'll speak from, that I'll pull together, and I'll be able to reference that the executive director will, they're looking for someone very entrepreneurial who'll be able to build an agency from the ground up. This seems to be a commission with seemingly a great deal of power compared to other states' commissions. So things to that effect, I always write up in my sort of pitch, and I can cater and speak to certain things depending on the person's current responsibilities in selling the position. But that's something that I can definitely craft along with the commission too.
That would be great, I think, if you
That'd
would.
be great.
Yeah, I mean, that is-
Your sort of bullet points, talking points, just if we could take a look at them, I think that's, and you've just mentioned two good ones, but I think
Yeah.
that's perfect.
And typically, as Jennifer mentioned, we would have more than one, because the reason that one person may be interested in the position is different than somebody else. So it's either crafted in a way that we can very quickly cut and paste different points in, or we have more than one, so.
We had an opportunity to bring in gaming experts from, mostly Pennsylvania, New Jersey, one from upstate New York, to come in and educate us. And to a person, they commented on the city and how much it's changed. Many of them hadn't been here in years. And how beautiful the city was, the ability to walk the city, the safe features of the city. And that was to a person. I got calls thanking us for inviting them. And that was something I thought, wow, this is a way to
Sure.
to get
Yeah.
people who haven't been here in a long time to realize that this is a great city. So just another piece
Yeah,
that
that's always part, especially when you're in a city like Boston, it would.
But it's such a
always be,
changed city.
yeah.
Interestingly enough, I had been gone for a number of years, and it's very much a
That's
changed
interesting, because
city.
we who live here
I
don't
know,
think of it as
but
much,
I-
but that's a
Right.
really interesting
Oh,
insight.
it's really exciting, that's
Yeah.
good, yeah.
It's a great
Top
insight.
hospital in the country now, too.
Yeah, well, yeah, all of those things
Yeah.
are important.
And most expensive.
Well, yeah.
We don't have to
Let's go
emphasize
ahead.
that part.
Are you finished with your,
I have one more comment
Good luck.
relative to a
Okay.
prior point, which is, the statute is, has a section relative to a timing limit or a timing exclusion in which an employee of the commission cannot have worked for a gaming licensee within 3 years of his or her coming for employment. Now, it gets tricky with what you identified, which is what Fred's point was. We don't know exactly who the licensees will be. But I will let you know of that section in particular, because at least for 3 years, if the experience comes from within 3 years, we might be in less certain areas relative to potential employment, when you're looking at that second sphere of
Sure.
influence that we talk about.
Yeah, I think it's
Good
helpful
point.
to be able to share with a potential candidate kind of what some of those employment restrictions are
Right.
after their service as well.
Yeah.
Just so they have the complete picture.
I guess the next point, if we're, everybody's finished with the job description, is the job advertisements. So I had presented through email last night some of the research we've done on that. And basically, there are 3 industry publications that are the most widely read. Fred had suggested that Casino Management Enterprise is probably the one that would appeal the most to executive level readers. And we were able to get copies of all 3 of them. I guess the points that I would make with regard to the advertising, because I know that it's been brought up before, that it's something the commission definitely wants to do. All 3 of these casino industry publications, none of them have a section set forth in their publication for what we term traditional employment ads. And when we spoke to them, all 3 of them said, yeah, we've done it on occasion. We've even asked them for examples. And as of this morning, they weren't able to find one. My assistant just sent me one right before we walked in, so I'll flip it over to you guys. But so they're not typically used to advertise for open positions. That being said, it has been done. I would say that there's pros and cons to it. The con to using, and basically what it would be is taking what are called traditional display ads. So it's selling a product or a service, and using a display ad and putting an advertisement that the commission is looking for a new executive director. I would say that the cons to that are that someone that's looking for a position typically goes to, the employment ad section of whatever publication they're reading. So they're not going to find that there. But the pros to it are you're going to get people that really aren't looking for a job. Because if you want the word out to the general population, they may or may not be flipping to the back section and see what job openings they are. You're going to hit people that aren't looking for it. The other downside, I guess, to advertising in these publications is when you use what's again called a display ad. They are usually significantly more expensive than an employment ad. And so the pricing is here, and you can see it's for a quarter-page ad, it's $2,700, and it's $5,000 for a full-page ad. Prices are fairly consistent across the board. So, I mean, I think that that's a decision that the commission has to make on if we can put the ad together and get it in there. The timing is such that to get into 2 of these 3 publications, we would have to have it done by August 3rd to be in the September issue, which comes out either late August or early September. One of them, which is Casino Journal, which honestly I think is probably the least likely one that you would want to use. But that one, they actually need a decision by tomorrow on if we want to run in September. If we don't do it, obviously, in September, now you're waiting until October. So those are the publications. Below, on what should be in your packet, as I updated what I emailed you last night and put some online. So I have some online advertising sites too. So those are significantly less expensive, and many of them are free. So I think, and these, again, I'm focusing on industry-related online advertising. So we can always go outside of the industry to advertise the position. But I think the primary way we should start is industry publications or industry websites. Once you get outside of an industry focus, you're going to be drawing a lot of candidates from outside the industry. Again, that's really the commission's decision. The alternatives to industry publications are things like the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. Those two can be very expensive, and those two will most likely draw a pool of candidates that are probably qualified in their own way, have executive director or similar type CEO experience, management experience, but they would, I would venture to guess that the vast majority of responses we got from non-industry ads would be non-industry candidates. Again, I don't know that we're there yet. So I guess at this point, I would just ask the opinion of the commission, whether it be for today or get back to us within the next several days on if you want to move forward or how you want to move forward with regard to advertising this position.
I would suggest, again, I know that Casino Journal is the one with the deadline on tomorrow. I'm not sure what level of information we'd be able to provide them, even though I think they have a copy deadline next week. So, I like the idea of exploring the other two magazines for whatever piece we think we can pull together once we firm up the job profile, as well
Yeah,
as
I think you don't
send
need
you out there with a better sense of.
Yeah, I don't
the
think we
search
need it
process
to.
itself.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
That's all right.
Yeah, I don't think we need a lot of information to put an ad out there. I mean, to put the ad out there, it's going to be pretty big print, just, Massachusetts game will put a few good bullet highlights, but we just want it out there so people start thinking about it and, know who to reach out to. I don't think that every detail of the job description needs to be nailed down for I would envision the ad being, truthfully, our experience has been the less information in an ad, the better. You want to get people curious enough to reach out to you, so then you can tell them everything. So I think we have enough information now to put an ad together. I mean, we could put that together in half an hour and get it out. It's more the decision on budgetary issues on if you want to go ahead and do that.
It seems to me that if you're going to use a display ad environment, and those are prepared ads, so you don't want to come across looking tacky. So it can't just be a thrown together. If we're going to do that, it can't just be a thrown together. And in that environment, if we were to do that, and I'm pretty mixed on whether we should, I think it ought to be done well, and it ought to hit some of the real sales high points, because it's going to be a non-traditional ad, and we want to make it a non-traditional pitch. That would be an opportunity where you say, I don't know, however you promote, maybe it's an overlay of the picture of our new greenway or something, but something where you really make this a pretty striking, provocative ad, maybe even prepared by an agency rather than
Yeah, that would
just
be
by
that would obviously.
and then that would give you a sales tool that you could then use on email recycling, So I think the idea of having an 8.5 by 11 strong provocative piece that we can all send to our networks, including our consultants, and amongst, not our networks so much, but of our consultants' networks, and everybody passes on to everybody they know, that'll pretty much hit everybody in the industry. It wouldn't be a bad idea, it seems to me, maybe, to sort of start it rolling, and it gives you a deadline you have to run to, rush to put maybe pick the top one of those, do one full-page ad. If we can get it done, if we like it well enough to think this, it does the job, and then we can reuse that as the email marketing piece. You know, I think I'd be half inclined to do that if we could design something that was pretty spiffy.
Yeah, but my response to that, I think that's a great idea. I think we work with a couple advertising agencies to do that. We can obviously work with anybody that you would suggest, or we can, and I could by hopefully the end of business tomorrow, even give you an estimate as to what the cost would be. My guess is to put something like that together, where the advertising would probably be somewhere between $1,000 and $3,000 is probably what we could put it together for. I'm not 100% certain, but I will talk to my assistant today and have her. Again, there's two companies that we typically use, and they can give us an estimate. And you know, so I think with meeting the deadline is fine. And I agree with the chairman that I think if you're going to do it, taking a full-page ad out and doing it that way is you're really getting the most bang for your buck if you're going to do it.
And it speaks to your issue, Commissioner, about it, this being a selling as well as a buying. So I think,
that.
okay,
No, I
if
agree
you
with
could, how about, Commissioner, if we do sort of a presumption of doing it, assuming we can get an ad that we think is worth $7,000 or $8,000, and is good enough to then reuse, because I think it's more, if we're looking to try to break free some candidates who might not otherwise be candidates, beyond the people who are just looking, then it's gonna be nice, it'd be good to have something to send around that isn't just the job description and all the normal stuff. So I would say, let's see if we can come up with something that we like, and with a presumption of doing it. Is that-
If there's anything in the next 24, 48 hours, I'll start getting pricing, but if there's anything that the commission thinks in terms of theme that they would like this ad to reflect. There's obviously a lot of different ways you could go with it. It could be, as Commissioner Cameron said, the focus on Boston. It could be focused on the position. There's a lot of different ways, and if you guys want to give us any direction as to the theme of the ad, that would
Well, I
that would
think
be
some of the
helpful.
things that Jennifer was saying, have you ever wished you had an opportunity to build a regulatory agency in the right way? Here's your chance, something like that.
Okay.
Not to, and to add on to that point, and I want to make a quick clarification. If you do have comments about the executive director, send it directly to Jim. But thinking in mind that some of the work that our director of communications has done in terms of looking at branding and everything else, I want
Yeah, that would
Elaine
be-
to
Good
have a
point,
role in
yeah.
looking at material.
Great.
I think that would be a great idea. I think if you got, especially if you're already talking about certain branding, we would obviously want this to be consistent with whatever those branding messages are. Even if it's in terms even just colors and themes and anything like that, we want it to be consistent with any other branding.
Right. Good. So we'll coordinate with, that's a good point, with Elaine too. Good, thank you. Commissioner, that's a good point. Okay.
Last issues, I guess, well, two last things I think is the issue of, as I said, I think we're ready to go, and we are ready. The next step for us is to start reaching out to candidates that we would like to talk to and that have been identified to us and that we've identified on our own. And that process typically is a process which entails us reaching out to them. At an executive level position, oftentimes it takes several conversations to really gauge their interest. The first couple conversations are explaining what this position is, all the selling points. It's really kind of laying corn kernels down and having them follow and think about it. I mean, most folks that are in a sitting position, as yourselves, are very busy people. They will usually talk to us, but sometimes it takes quite a while to get in touch with busy people. And then they are usually, not everybody, but a lot of people are very deliberate then in their decision-making process. They'll ask us a lot of questions. They'll get off the phone and they will Google the heck out of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission and read everything that they can, and then we'll talk to them again, and they'll ask us more questions. So the process is, it would be great if the process was we talked to somebody and they said, yes, we're interested, let's move forward. That's typically not what we see. It's usually a series of conversations. So we're ready to undertake those conversations. The last really piece of the puzzle that we need to kind of put to bed before we start doing that is what will the process be. As we discussed last week with the open meeting law, we do need to be able to tell the candidates what to expect in terms of when in the process their name may become public. Jennifer has raised to me just the knowing that a lot of candidates are really as transparent as we can be in telling them, this commissioner is going to be the only one to see it until this point, or whatever the process is, the better. That will definitely be an issue of, regarding talking to candidates, is when will their name potentially become public? The one other issue that I wanted to raise is the ability to talk to candidates about opting out if they become a finalist. I think what we're telling them, my understanding is that we're moving in the direction of saying that preliminarily, through the preliminary screening process, your name will be held confidential, and only these folks will know about your candidacy. And then when we move to a finalist stage, that is when your name will become public. I just wanted to know from the commission if we can affirmatively tell candidates, because I think they will ask us, if in the period from the preliminary to the finalist stage, I choose not to pursue the position, can I withdraw or deny consent to become a finalist? I would guess that that's okay, but it would be something that we would want to know affirmatively that we could tell people.
We're not going to let the bidders withdraw. Why should we let the candidates withdraw? Do you want to speak to this, Commissioner?
So what we've done on that is to draft two scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
One for a single person conducting the screening interviews, and one for a subcommittee conducting the screening interviews. And talking about, excuse me, the confidentiality that would surround that process under either scenario, and the anticipated results of that process insofar as the unsuccessful candidates are concerned, i.e. That the personnel files that were accumulated, the application files, would remain confidential, not subject to the Public Records Act, and that the minutes of any executive session that were held to interview candidates would likewise remain confidential and not open to public disclosure. I've sent both of those scenarios to Commissioner Stebbins, to Jim, and asked for feedback. We've made some changes. We've now sent them to another agency to try and look and see if we can get some feedback on what their assessment of them is. And we've got a conference call scheduled for Friday. So we'll have an answer and an ability to present various scenarios by sometime next week, by our meeting next week.
So we'll come up with a final process, but I think you can absolutely assure people that we're looking for which of the two will be the most secure. Or if they're equally secure, then we can pick one. But it's certainly going to be right that people can be confidential until they become
In the
finalists.
preliminary stage.
And surely they can pull
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I don't see any impediment to that,
Yeah.
and then their confidentiality would remain. They just were.
And I think a question will be, some people consider finalists 10 candidates, others consider it
Yes.
5. So, or 2.
Mhm.
So, I know that you'll have those kinds of questions. So we'll need to be prepared to say what that will be.
But I think you can say to people, we'll firm this up in more detail, but people, if they want to pull out, they will know when they might become public, and they will have the right not to do that if they wish.
Not to move forward.
Correct.
And do,
And
And not
part of
to
our
make it
charge, to take Commissioner Cameron's point, part of our charge to, whether it's the subcommittee or the individual, ought to be to return with X number of finalists, so that everybody knows that in advance, right?
I don't know.
X or Y, I mean, but a narrow range of, we don't want to well, at least I propose that we think about that. The idea of interviewing 10 finalists just viscerally leaves me a little cold. I could be persuaded otherwise, but
Oh, I can't imagine there
Right.
would be 10 equally qualified candidates, so
We gotta be talking
that would be preliminary.
2, 3, 4 at the most, yeah. Okay.
and I guess when we get the final process, so for right now, I know last week it was proposed that Commissioner Stebbins would be our contact if any issues came up, or if in fact we even had a candidate at this stage. Is that still, are we working under that assumption? I know we don't have the final process yet, but okay.
Yep.
well, I just have one caveat. If we have a candidate, I would think we would not want to do a screening interview until
Till we
got
have the process in
this
place.
process ironed out, and we can have this process ironed out by next week. So I think we just need to be careful as to what we're doing and all on board as to how it's going to work, all of us.
I agree,
Yeah.
yeah. I think that I agree.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's all we have.
Great.
Thank you.
Great,
Thank you very
much.
See you next week.
Next week.
Additional hires. The only thing I know that's on the agenda at all is Commissioner McHugh, you've been talking about possibly legal assistance. Is there anything to?
Yes, I
talk
think
about
both
further?
commission, no, there's nothing more to talk about except to reiterate the desirability of doing that, and I think Commissioner Cameron and I are both of the opinion that we could make use of the full-time use of such a person, and we need to draft a job description and bring it back to the commission, and then move forward with a process for finding somebody.
Okay.
And we'll
Mr. Chairman, I volunteer to draft that job description, and I will do so in the next day or
Great.
two.
Okay. So,
And circulate it for input, of course.
okay, so we'll start on this is a junior, this is not a general counsel.
That's right. This is somebody with
Mid-level.
several years' experience, but not at the top level,
Mid-level counsel, okay. And,
not in the senior level.
right, okay. And Enrique will do job description.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else. We're still searching madly for oh, sorry, can't hear. We're still searching for another executive assistant, which we hope to have shortly. Okay, 3C, discussion of MGC internal policies. Commissioner Zuniga, do you want to give us an update?
Yeah, we just, I distributed Monday the latest draft, the first draft, let's call it, to all of you via email of the employee manual. It's 6 chapters. They've been edited by Commissioner McHugh relative to content and a lot of other policies and statutes out there. So I distributed, not with the intent of discussing them today, because it's a lengthy document, but they've been distributed for your consideration.
Right, great. I think the press should take notice that Commissioner Zuniga did an amazing job of drafting a 6-chapter personnel manual, which is great.
Tremendous help from Commissioner McHugh,
Did
who is the greatest editor.
Great effort. It really is.
I haven't looked at it yet. Did you highlight areas of particular focus
Yes.
that we should really focus on as opposed to pouring equally over every page?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes. Each of them contain 2 different highlights, comments inserted in revision mode, and others just yellow highlights
Okay.
that really require attention.
Great, terrific.
So,
Is there anything else in the way of, so should this be on the agenda for next week? Should we try to plan to have it for feedback loop
Sure.
by next week if we can? Okay. And is there anything else, other policies? How about project management consultant? Where are we in that? Process.
I met with PMA to start planning for an integrated session. They had some good questions relative to the current timelines, relative to stakeholders. They have insightful questions relative to some policies that we will be soon having to think about that have a result or an effect in the overall timeline and schedule. So I can speak a little bit to that, but the point is that it was the first meeting, and you know, they will start producing work product that will be very beneficial for the commission. There's one important note, which we will do, which is start coordinating with our own gaming consultants, because they do have a lot of the initial intelligence relative to timeline, and I will put them in contact very soon. I think they may have already reached out to Kathy and Kristen.
Great. Okay. All right. Racing Commission, the first item on the agenda is a presentation from our consultant. Commissioner Cameron, do you want to introduce and lead us forward here?
Sure. This is Ann Allman from Last Frontier Consulting. She worked in conjunction with Spectrum Gaming to prepare this report for us. Turn it over to you, Ann.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to provide a report out on the recently concluded piece of work that we undertook at the Commission's request. I'd also like to take the time to thank the staff of the DPL, the Racing Division staff and employees, and various stakeholders, including the management of the New England HBPA, the Harness Horsemen of New England, the management team at Suffolk Downs, Plain Ridge, and Raynham-Tonham. Further, there were many industry senior leaders, which I listed in the exhibits, that willingly gave time to interview for this project. A quick bit of background on the consultants. You are well apprised of Spectrum Gaming Group, who was the partner with me on this piece of work. My background, very briefly, is more operationally focused. I've spent most 98% of my career to date in either racing or gaming, and so bring that perspective to this project. Quick overview, the scope of work and the approach that we took to develop this report. We responded to your RFR, which was issued in April, and created a work plan based on one fundamental idea, which is if we were sitting in your shoes as new commissioners and being asked to regulate and take over a group of staff and employees, what do you need to know to effectively regulate this industry and be able to get quickly up to speed on key issues? What are the hot spots that you need to have a status on? There are key issues which arise in virtually any racing jurisdiction, and what do those look like for Massachusetts? How is my state or Commonwealth operating and regulating racing today, and what are key areas for improvement? What is going on nationally in the racing scene, and how does that relate to Massachusetts? And along with that, what is the public perception of racing and surrounding issues in the Commonwealth? Our methodology was comprised principally of field interviews with staff and stakeholders, as well as industry experts, review of publicly available data, principally Racing Commission reports and statistics, and a review of media coverage in the past several years. From a top-line perspective, the Massachusetts racing industry could certainly be classified as an industry in decline. Through the 5-year period ending in 2011, live handle fell north of 75%, total handle above 30%. That was driven primarily by the removal of greyhound racing from the state of Massachusetts. But certainly, as we detail in the report, there were declines that were going on also in the other areas of wagering. Correspondingly, although not a linear relationship, there was a decline in the workload for the Commission over the past 5 years. They've also lost much of the leadership that they had, I should say dedicated leadership. Some of our top-line findings from meeting with the former Massachusetts Racing Commission staff and employees, you have a very engaged staff. They're passionate about what they do, they're passionate about their industry. But they certainly are looking for direction and more hands-on leadership with specific racing knowledge. In many cases, they have been performing the work streams as it has been done for many years without any innovation or updates, certainly with some very inadequate resources. These folks are doing their job with, if they have a computer, it's something you haven't seen in 15 years. It probably doesn't have compatible software. We had some good jokes about the lack of Polaroid film in the lab. So they need some resources to be able to do their job at the level which they would like to do. Certainly with some of the stretch of DPL and the massive amount of agencies they are responsible for, not having that hands-on leadership and accountability, I would say there's opportunities to enhance the professionalism of the group from an HR perspective, and I've listed some specific recommendations. Some of their frustration, too, is with speed of decisions, and I think that is something that was echoed with other stakeholders as well, and I will speak to that in a moment. When it comes to touching base with the track associations and the horsemen's groups, which are really the two key stakeholders in this group, typically, no matter what state you go into, there are issues that are always the same, and it revolves around purses, the number of racing dates, physical plant issues with where they race, the ability to access a stable area for more months of the year than perhaps the racetrack would like to make it available, issues around the training schedule. Sometimes there's some hot spots between the representation or the contracts between the horsemen's group and the track associations. So those are all areas that we focused on in our interviews. Some of the highlights from meeting with the track association and horsemen group from a track perspective, and certainly the horsemen as well, they are very focused on their gaming applications. All the folks we talked to, the racetracks, are working on or planning to submit a gaming application. For those two facilities, Suffolk and Plainridge, that currently offer live racing in the state of Massachusetts, they do have valid contracts with their horsemen's group, so that's a good thing. They have valid purse agreements. Some things you could look forward to is these purse agreements expire at the end of this year. That's typically an area can be an area of hot debate. Certainly Suffolk and the New England HPPA have had that history of having some fairly intense negotiations. With the harness horsemen and Plainridge, that is probably a steadier course. Another area which typically causes conflict or could cause conflict revolves around purse accounts. At least in my conversations with both the tracks and the horsemen, that does not seem to be an issue. It's not out of balance. They're not seeking either to get more money. They haven't paid out. They're not. So that's good. Having met with the bulk of the state employees and contract folks, the representative from the horsemen, the breeders, the tracks, and then interviewing an extensive list of external experts. And we reached out to other state commission executive directors, industry trade leaders such as folks from the Thoroughbred Racing Association, from the Association of Racing Commissioners International, the United States Trotting Association. So these are national groups. And taking a look at what we were able to see in the field, there's some top-line recommendations that I've detailed in the report. The number one recommendation, which has several subpoints, is I strongly encourage the Commonwealth to consider adopting the Association of Racing Commissioner International Model Rules of Racing, so updating your regulatory framework. Some key points, and I'll say key points because if you print the document from the ACRI, it's 400 pages. Just some key things that could be enacted on immediately would be to make sure that the state judges and stewards at the racetracks are accredited, and that the judges, which are the standard-bred track, are licensed by the USTA. And I've provided some information to Commissioner Cameron on how that can be accomplished this year. To align the medication policies and penalties to align with the ARCI and the Racetrack Medication and Testing Consortium model rules. To move to have your testing performed by an accredited lab. My specific suggestion is to issue an RFP and move that testing process to an outside accredited lab. To upgrade your licensing process to include fingerprinting. And there's a section in the Model Rules of Racing which highlights the need for licensed individuals that can affect the outcome of racing to be subject to random drug and alcohol testing. There's some nuances to that, I understand, in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, given some prior law that is on the books. I've cited that in the report. But certainly should mention that Suffolk Downs is working on a draft drug and alcohol policy themselves that would involve this ability to do random testing on folks such as jockeys, trainers, racing officials, assistant starters, etc. Some of the other observations involve a need to upgrade your audit or financial system. What I observed were that there are still field auditors doing what I would classify as manual input, taking data that comes out of the tote reports and hand keying that into an access database that is then used to calculate commissions and various revenue disbursements. That can be done through an automated process with using an FTP site at the end of the day, batching the information. There are a couple different, from an implementation standpoint, a couple different ways to approach that. The current software may be able to be modified and updated to take those feeds. There are other off-the-shelf software out there that does that, and I've listed some of those for your consideration. Again, there's a need to upgrade the licensing system and technology. Currently, as I understand it from the racing inspectors, the licensing technology or database that is used today does not allow them to directly import or export information into some of the national databases held by the RCI. So certainly that's something you would want to move towards. As well as just in general, there's an opportunity to utilize technology to make information such as hearings and suspensions and rulings on individuals involved with the racing industry more transparent and immediately available. And again, there were some human resources issues I noted that probably need to be reaffirmed and solidified. And I really, as I mentioned in my report, hope that should the Massachusetts Gaming Commission choose to move forward with some of these recommendations, that it's done with a sense of urgency and expediency so that you are ready for the 2013 racing season. Many of these decisions sort of go hand in hand. So if you choose to update your regulatory framework, including the medication policy, that would need to be reflected in your RFP for lab services so that you are contracting for the proper testing. That's the highlight of the report. You've been provided with a hard copy, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you very much, Annie. I should have said at the outset that it is clear from the legislation that we operate under that the legislature and the governor have made the policy decision to try to reinvigorate the racing industry in Massachusetts. They have set up a dispersal of some of the funds from expanded gambling that will go to a variety of different development funds on behalf of the racing industry. And there is the possibility of one or more of the racing facilities being affiliated with a gaming facility. So either way, whether or not one of those facilities becomes a part of a casino or a slots parlor, nevertheless, there will be money designed to try to reinvigorate this industry. So our mandate is to try to make sure that the industry and the regulation of the industry are ready to take advantage of this influx of money and to compete in this new environment and to see whether or not it can really get back to a state of health and prosperity. So that's the context that the public and everybody should understand, that there's been a policy decision made to invest in the racing industry. We now need to set a stage that makes sure that that investment can be handled with integrity and efficiency and position the industry for an opportunity to really prosper. And you have given us a great baseline tool to start that work. And we really appreciate it. Are there other comments or questions about it? I had one, and I forget now, and I've read this a couple times, but what have you recommended in terms of the leadership structure? You've talked about, and we all know that there's no longer an ED. They've lost a lot of senior
Right.
people. What do we need? What's your recommendation?
Honestly, that was somewhat out of the scope,
Okay.
in that I was not hired to do an organizational
Okay.
review. But I think it's clear that you need a senior manager, and I'm not sure what the appropriate title is in the Commonwealth organizational flow. But clearly, you need someone, I believe, that is dedicated to this, to the regulation of racing.
Right, okay. Also pursuant to the report already, the public should know that we have spoken with Auditor Suzanne Bump and about our wish to have as you have recommended, a transition audit ASAP, so we know what the situation is. There's been no indication of any kind of impropriety, but there hasn't been an audit for a long time, and it's entirely appropriate that there be one. She has actually sent a representative of her staff here to be with us today to start getting an oversight, and we'll be in touch with her office tomorrow to get moving on that financial audit. Anybody else, other questions, issues?
I do. Thank you, Ms. Alman, for your report. I read it through, and it's very thorough. And I wanted just to ask relative to some of the recommendations that you highlight
Sure.
for us, if there is a timing element, and you alluded to them a little bit, any that can be or should be implemented during this racing season, whereas others may have a
Yes.
little bit more time for the
Yes,
next
I
racing
think
season.
if I were to boldly say, next phase, I would say immediately convene a working group to go through the current regulations versus the model rules and to determine any delta or changes and quickly get that, working with legal counsel to determine what is considered a regulatory versus a statutory change. There may be another way to do this more expediently. There is a movement to create a regulatory, racing regulatory compact. They're looking for 6 states to sign on to create this regulatory compact. There may be an opportunity, should legislation, if you enact that legislation, to be able to kind of move these rules wholesale into play. So I would immediately start with that. Certainly, I would reach out, and I have a few folks identified that are from a scientific background to assist with creation of an RFP for your lab. Certainly, a job description and search for a leader for this group. So yeah, I would move. If you're going down this path, I would urge that you move quickly.
A job description for the leader of what group?
This
The racing
whether
division,
it's an
The racing
executive
director
director
of
or
racing.
deputy director or,
but the racing division.
Somebody in the administrative structure of the
Yes,
commission.
yes,
right,
sorry.
Who would lead this
Mhm.
group, yeah, yeah. I was struck by a sort of, I'm sorry, were you?
No, I
finished?
was, no.
I was struck by the introduction and your description of the industry as a whole, and the suggestion that I perhaps erroneously took away, or maybe accurately took away, that the finances are such that without the assistance of a gaming license, the likelihood of financial stability for the industry was remote
Mhm.
in Massachusetts. Did I read that correctly?
That's certainly what the racetrack operators have put forward, and I think that's a pretty common theme across the country.
Yet there are some places where there are standalone tracks that are successful. Are there not?
Yes. I have to think carefully. When I think of tracks that are purported to do well financially or standalone, I obviously have not analyzed their financial
Sure.
statements, but I think of places like Keeneland that also have ancillary business of auctions, of yearling sales, and are a very specific niche meet. Del Mar, which I believe is also sort of a quasi public entity, and others. Any others that I can think of, I'm not really thinking of many that come to mind that are a robust financial model without other forms of gaming.
And so nationwide, this is a sport that is not self-sufficient in terms of purely the racing activity, the horse racing activity.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could say that.
You just did. Or
Well, I mean, that's certainly, if you read what has been written in the last 3 to 4 years,
Right.
Clearly, yes, there are financial troubles. I have to say, I was recently involved with another project with the Meadowlands Racetrack that was privatized and is currently, it's a day-to-day battle, but one that they are managing to produce, I believe, a positive cash flow.
And so I asked that question because I was really struck by the volume of the off-track betting handles at the tracks. If I read the charts you prepared accurately, again, it's a big if, the off-track betting at the 3 locations where that's being conducted in the last year, the off-track betting for racing going on at other tracks totals about $220 million, the total. About 138 at Suffolk, another 60 at one track and another. So where does that money go? And why isn't it enough?
Right.
I mean, those are big.
Right. It's a big top-line number.
Right.
So think of that as your gross number.
Right.
Approximately 80% of that is returned to bettors. So the takeout, or what was kept by the system, is 20%.
Okay.
Of that 20%, that is then split and goes to various amounts, including purses, parimutuel taxes, the racetrack, the
Okay.
host track, et cetera.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, if you see $100 million number for a track, so let's assume there's a Boston track that has $100 million bet at their facility
Right.
on races run elsewhere. They are, in reality, only keeping approximately 6 to 9%, depending on the state and their tax system.
So
And
if,
you could, I'm sorry, there's folks here from Massachusetts Tracks that could tell you exactly what they keep
okay,
in
I'm
Massachusetts.
looking just for a,
Mhm.
you know, your take at a very high level, rather. So is it possible to adjust the amount that goes back to the betters, to retain more so that the track can, so that tracks
Right.
can be self-sufficient? Or does that get into a sort of a downward spiral?
Yes.
In which the betters aren't gonna come if they don't get that high yield?
Yeah, I would, I'm of the opinion that certainly for a certain type of wager, one-place show, you need to maintain that there is elasticity from the bettor when they know what the takeout rate is. There's lots of debate about whether that is in fact true, and states have experimented with changing their takeout rate. I don't know that there's ever been a definitive optimization of what the right takeout number is. And typically, there's a statutory amount on a state,
Right,
and that could be changed and addressed.
thank you.
Mhm.
It's, yeah, interesting.
The audit that you mentioned, and the conversations we may have now with the auditor, the state auditor, is it a financial or an operational or both type of audit?
What I
What
had,
was your-
what I had asked is in the line of questioning is there any recent audit issues, being a financial audit, issues that the Gaming Commission should be aware of? And the reply was no, there's not been a financial audit in several years. So I'm coming at it more from a strictly financial audit, from a control, what are your financial controls?
Yep.
I read through the report as well and appreciate all the, what I'd call raising the degree of professionalism at the tracks. I think who kind of sadly been overlooked, but, you know, kind of upping the game, so to speak. But, you know, periodically throughout the report, you talk about the state of the industry. And, you know, declining, you know, you were good to point out the Massachusetts figures. You know, is it a different kind of age audience that they're looking at? But a takeaway I had was even when you introduce other things at the track, that sometime the track capacity or the track footprint kind of gets moved aside to make way for these other things. And if Massachusetts is under, you know, kind of the mandate to expand racing, and again, that, you know, that's our hope. How do we as a commission look at, try to balance it, at balancing those two? You know, it's great to introduce other things that I think stand up a track or maybe put them on more secure financial ground potentially. But how do we make sure that, you know, the investment in the racing piece of this isn't lost?
I think, you know, looking at the two operating live tracks you have today in the state, it's two very different setups. Suffolk is a older facility that was built, I don't know what their capacity is, I'm going to guess they could easily house 35 to 50,000 people there. You don't need that anymore. And I think you kind of lose that customer experience when you do get a nice crowd out there, they're dissipated. So certainly from a physical plant standpoint, I hope am I answering your question, that's, you don't need all that. Certainly, at the same time, you need to be able to support the product. So the actual physical racetrack surface, the receiving barns, the state testing barns, that infrastructure needs to be maintained. So you can't shrink the size of that.
So it's almost a right sizing of
Right.
current.
Right sizing is perfect. I would contrast that with Plain Ridge, which is built, I believe, 15 years ago, and is built more for the type of audience or the size that you would expect at a live entity. So there's not a tremendous amount of extra room there.
Okay. Is there, I look for it, and maybe I didn't look in the right place for it, but with some of the recommendations, is there kind of a dollar figure you can attach to?
Yeah, I
Making
didn't
some of these
do that,
improvements.
because because frankly, many of the observations and really the plan we put together based on the needs we saw was above and beyond what we were originally brought in to do. Certainly, I can give you kind of a back of the envelope thought on how much some of these software, et cetera, how much I've seen it cost elsewhere. Mhm. And somewhat it was, it's up to Massachusetts what the public policy decision is. So I certainly observed certain activities that could be automated, and then those folks, are those positions then redundant, or are they redeployed to work on something else?
Okay.
So there may be savings in some area and an expenditure in others.
Thanks.
If I could add to that, I'm not asking a lot of questions because I think Annie's accustomed to my daily, weekly phone calls, really helping to educate me as to this whole process. So I'm pretty familiar, but there's always a lot to learn. But with regard to the cost, we have had some discussions about that. And one of the things I see as, in looking at this holistically, is we will need to have, for example, technology for licensing, for gaming.
Right.
So we're looking at this, we'll be exploring the technology for racing and in using the same, holistically, whatever decisions we make will then be the right decisions as far as licensing for gaming. So I am certainly not looking at this as a standalone process when it comes to regulatory reform. And that may even have some crossover with employees, as we talked about. If there's some technology that may eliminate positions, well, will there be other positions that we'll need? So I'm certainly looking at it that way, and I think that will help us with the overall numbers if we're conscious not to have two separate standalone systems, but to incorporate it into one regulatory system.
One thing I wanted to mention that Commissioner Cameron had mentioned to me, and I think people should know, is that I am told that the operators of the facilities are very much in support of upgrading and modernizing. We're not swimming against the tide here. We're getting the support, apparently quite enthusiastic support of the operators to improve and reinvigorate our side of the table, the regulatory side of the table, which is great. There's been a lot of press about what's happening. All this New York Times stuff has generated a lot of press about how enhanced purses end up increasing the stakes to cheat and all this and that. If we do what you have suggested we do, will we have, I assume the answer to this is yes, but just to be sure, will we have the regulatory system in place to make sure that we are really state-of-the-art in terms of protecting the integrity of the process, the health of the horses, the health of the human beings involved? Is this a state-of-the-art operation that you have proposed for us?
I believe so, yes. That by moving your medication policies and your penalties to a level which is supported by the industry leaders and backing that up by doing your testing through accredited labs, that lays the groundwork. And I should say, what I found in speaking with the racetrack operators, the horsemen, and the state vets in place is that there is a strong culture in Massachusetts already to protect the animal. And I found that interesting. I think many times that's spoken to, but not always truly embraced. And I did see evidence of that. And to give you the specifics, it's things like culturally, if you're a track operator, your number one thing you want is full fields. You want an 8-horse field, you want a 10-horse field. And if you're a state vet, you want the absolute most sound equine participants on the racetrack. And sometimes there's naturally a tension there. And what I at least felt like through my interviews with folks is that there was alignment on let's do what's right for the animal first and foremost.
To that end, you identify a quote in your report relative to what happened to the dog racing in Massachusetts should serve as a wake-up call, if you will, to the horse racing industry. And I was interested in your opinion relative to that after having seen some of Massachusetts, but certainly what you have seen elsewhere, whether that's a possibility.
I do. I mean, I would speak just personally as an individual who hopes that racing is here for my kids to participate in. I do worry about that. I do think that politically, and that there are folks who are very well organized and are very passionate and feel that racing should not occur. I liken it to what happened with fox hunting in England. I happen to be on the other side of the fence and feel that with the right regulations and the right approach by all stakeholders, that, you know, I hope racing does continue. But yeah, I do absolutely think that there are folks for whom greyhound racing was in Massachusetts, not the only state to step away from it, and I wouldn't be surprised to see groups focused on horse racing.
In that regard, are there different, and this shows how little I know about all of this, are there different kinds of surfaces that are healthier for the horses to be running on?
Yeah, I
And
would.
is that part of the model regulations that have been adopted?
I would have to get back to you on that, Commissioner McHugh. I'm not sure. I don't think that there is a specific, aside from a safe and well-maintained surface. That's another huge area of debate within the industry. And yes, there are many different types of surfaces, from thoroughbreds and standardbreds race on much different surfaces. Standardbred is a hard-packed, different trap rock type of consistency. Thoroughbreds tend to run on something with a much deeper cushion and different feel to it. And then there are also synthetic tracks that primarily are used in thoroughbred. And there's multiple variations of a synthetic track. Certainly, I think California, if you look at and see, they've had some different experiences with synthetic tracks.
Another quick follow-up question. Are there any states that have dropped horse racing, either because of the decline in the industry or any of the other factors?
I would have to do some research on that. I know of states that have not had racing for years and then had it come back or brought it back. But I don't have, off the top of my head, I'm not sure that I could provide you with exact examples.
There was an article recently about New Mexico adopting very rigorous testing standards. Are those the standards that you're referring to, or this article said that I think New Mexico and a few other jurisdictions of the lowest allowable levels of two widely used pain suppressants. Are the standards that you're talking about those standards, or is this a yet higher standard?
I'm not familiar with what New Mexico has
All right.
done, but I would suspect that it is the standards I'm referring to.
Okay. Okay. My last thing is that I think we ought to think about, and quickly doing, and this is actually something that I think Ms. Allman says, but that we ought to think about getting an ED search going, or director, so whatever the senior person is going to be soon. I mean, I guess there's two ways, because right now we've got Commissioner Cameron. Yeah, you're it.
Mr. Chair, you know I have a plan.
What a surprise.
So we'll talk about that.
All right, great, okay, good. Because we've lost one of our commissioners to the racing industry, and we need her back. This is great. Anybody else?
Really, really very helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Andy.
we will at 2 o'clock have a press avail where people can talk to Annie or Commissioner Cameron if there's an interest in that. In the meantime, I had a couple of other things on racing. Do we need to react to your recommended decisions? Is that in the?
No,
Nope.
That's done?
out for a while.
Not for a while, okay.
30 days.
We have
Oh,
another
it's
hearing this
Oh,
Thursday.
Okay. And is the Racing Stabilization Fund, there was some issues, is that still going on? Do we need, is that something, I keep forgetting to bring that up. Has that been resolved? Is that something we need to deal with? The issue of the payments?
Kennel owners
Yeah,
and
we
dog owners.
are continuing our research as a commission with the help of our legal consultants, so that is an ongoing process. There's nothing to report at this week's meeting.
Okay, so it's still up in the air?
Yes.
Okay. Is the only purpose of the Racing Stabilization Fund to make those payments, to make those dog payments? Is there something else that the Racing Stabilization Fund does?
I believe that's
the
it.
only function?
And
Okay.
they have a sunset.
Oh, that's
they
right, it does.
expire.
Yeah,
They
good point.
expire at
Okay. Right.
2013 or
2014.
2014.
Right, great, okay, good, thanks.
Before we leave this, Commissioner, is there an action item on the report, or is that an attraction yet to come, or?
Well, actually, that's a good point. I think you have a plan of action that you would like to recommend, including starting ASAP to set up the
Working group.
The working group
Yes.
that Annie suggested. Maybe we should have a motion to accept the report and to take at least that step, and if you think there are others that you're ready to speak to now, you can put those on the table.
I hadn't considered that was something we had to vote on,
Okay.
but certainly, it's my recommendation that we accept the report and the findings, and the plan of action is to immediately put together a working group that will be charged with looking at all the recommendations and being responsible for implementing by next racing season. That is our goal. And all the stakeholders will be part of this working group, so it'll be transparent, it will be participatory, and, but there is a need, as Ms. Ullman said, for expediency. So I didn't think of that as something we needed to vote on, but if you think that's appropriate, we can certainly do that.
I'm thinking maybe next week, maybe Commissioner Cameron could put together the specific structure of a task force that she thinks would be appropriate. And we're gonna empower that task force to, do some pretty serious, not final decision-making probably, but some pretty serious thinking. And maybe we should vote to set up such a commission, such a task force.
I think it'd be helpful to vote, but the vote is less important than the coordination, because this task may, indeed likely will, involve a significant amount of energy and regulation writing. There is a path there in these standard regulations that we may be able to largely import. Maybe a lot of that work has been done, but there's going to be a fair amount of work there. There's also going to be a fair amount of policy consideration that we need to work through. This is a thoughtful and comprehensive report. There are some issues in there in terms of some of the regulations and some of the recommendations and the like. And so my concern is how we coordinate that with the very heavy load that we already have in order to get through the RFA Phase 1 and then move into the Phase 2 process and have these two processes going side by side. And it's that piece more than the vote that it seems we need to think about a little bit. We have the capacity to deal with all of this, I think, but we need to organize how we're going to do it and think about that organization process. So that's why seeing a plan spelled out would be really helpful, and then we could talk about it.
I think that makes sense, and to think about the makeup of the task force, but more importantly, maybe I think what Commissioner McHugh says, how would you recommend that we go about this? We've talked about people, and maybe we want to scarf somebody from DPL to help us out for a while, or you've got some ideas of people?
Yeah,
Got some ideas,
I've been
yeah.
working on this
Okay.
and planning for this, so I could be prepared in the very near future to lay those plans out.
Okay, well, why don't we do that, then and maybe at that time, if we decide it's appropriate just for formality purposes to vote to go forward on that. But if we've been, Deputy authorize you to come back to us next week if you can, but as soon as possible with that structure and plan, that would be great.
Next week, just as a footnote, may be a little difficult because both Commissioner Cameron and I are going to be in race commissioner training school.
But I'm gonna be in Italy, so we don't even have a quorum, so, folks, there won't be a meeting next week. We might change a different day or something. We'll have to think about that.
We'll have to think about
Yeah,
that.
we'll have to think about that. All right, so we'll deal with that tomorrow. All right, we all set
Okay.
for racing? Great,
Yes.
thank you very much, that was great stuff, good job. This was really your doing too, Commissioner, you
this was
deserve
great.
credit,
This was really good.
appreciation for doing that.
Thank you.
Item number 5, project work plan. The first item on the agenda is the update from our consultant, who I believe is here, Kathy O'Toole and Kristen. Just like you.
Oh, you noticed. Thank you, Chairman. I'll just provide a brief update and then, of course, be available to answer any questions you have. Based on the feedback provided by the Commission at the meeting last week, the consultants have been revising draft regulations for the RFA Phase 1, and they'll continue to interact with Anderson and Krieger, with Commissioner McHugh and other commissioners as required over the next few weeks to bring those regs to final form. Also this week, the consultants submitted 3 memos. The first was a preliminary review of the tribal state compact. The second was follow-up to the discussion last week about the possibility of the commission engaging in meetings with the investment community. And the third was submitted last evening to Commissioners Zuniga and Cameron as follow-up to their discussions with the consultants last week. It focuses on commission budget and investigative requirements. So that's the update for this week.
Great. Well, we have a series of items on here on the agenda that I think they all have topics we want to talk about, but is there anything just general about the process that, Commissioner McHugh, do you have anything about the process in general that you wanted to react to?
Some of it's subsumed in the subparts, but let me
Okay.
just spend a minute with you, Commissioner O'Toole, thinking through what the plan ought to be to most efficiently move the regulation assessment process forward. I've asked the Attorney General for her views on certain aspects of the regulations, and they're going to get back to us on that. Primarily, Section 5 of the regulations, which deal with our investigatory powers and our subpoena powers and the fines and other kinds of things that they have said that they would help us, give us their views on. Section 6.06, which is the declaratory relief sections, which we talked about last week, if you recall, and then sections 23 and 24, which deal with the hearing process and the appellate process, from commission staff decisions to the commission and other kinds of things like that, to see whether we couldn't simplify those by piggybacking on already existing regulations or actually importing regulations from elsewhere that are familiar to the administrative law community in the state and would not have us reinventing the wheel. So that piece is done. Then there are a number of policy questions that still are outstanding. We decided and resolved some of those last week at the meeting, but there are some that remain outstanding. And I thought that what I would try to do there is work with Anderson and Krieger and identify all the policy questions that need resolution, prepare a short memorandum, send it to you, Kathy, and circulate it to the commission with recommended recommendation as to which way we should go and put the reasons for that, and try to do that by the end of this week, so that we'd be able to focus on the things that were that needed a policy decision. Thirdly, I've asked Anderson and Krieger now to go through the regulations and take the language that's there and make it conform to the Massachusetts, I don't want to say, the Massachusetts form, both in terms of citation form, but equally important, the substantive language, so that it's precise and comprehensible. And send that, and I've asked him to do that by the end of this week, and I think we can get that done by the end of the week. And then, early next week, and that ties into, when will we have a meeting? We need to decide the policy questions and then get regulations formulated around the policy questions, around the answers to the policy decisions. And then, if I read the schedule correctly, the idea would be to have all this product finished and back to you by the end of next week. Am I reading the timelines correctly? Okay. How does that sound?
That certainly sounds fine, Commissioner. I would say, I have one question, though. So when you said that you'd identify the policy questions, then send it to us, would that be send it to us to the consultants for recommendations?
No.
That would then in turn come back to the commission? Or would it be send it to us and then we would interact with the commission to get commission feedback?
I actually anticipated a unified process where there are still some outstanding policy issues that were on the consultant's memorandum that we got last week. There are some there that have answers, and then there are some that Anderson and Krieger has raised. So what my thought was is to consolidate all those, open and closed policy questions, with the resolution in the areas where we've closed them, just so we have a sheet that shows us where we are and where we've been. Formulate recommendations that I would make to everybody, just to have a target to shoot at.
For the open ones.
The open ones.
Yep.
Both to the commission and to the consultants, and try by the end of the week to have that sheet back, out circulating among everybody.
Mhm.
And then get the consultants' feedback, circulate that to the commission, and then armed with my recommendations, the consultants' recommendations, make the policy decisions next week. It seems to me that's, given the time frame that we have, the easiest, it's often easier if there's a target there to
Yeah.
shoot at than it is to, so.
That's
so
a,
what I
that's a
think.
really, so you would have everything ready, you would have that completed assessment of open issues with recommended solutions in circulation by the end of this week?
Yes,
'Cause
that would
that's-
be the target.
That's an ambitious
It is ambitious,
schedule.
but you
Yeah.
know, if we.
The whole
if we're-
schedule is ambitious,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
the whole schedule's ambitious, and
Right.
it seems to me we may not, we ought to try to meet the schedule. And if we
Well, I
can,
agree.
if we fall short, we fall short, but not
Okay.
for what I'm trying.
Well, so far, so good. I mean, both the
Yeah.
commission and the consultants have been able to
Right.
meet the deadlines,
Right.
so. So I'd be optimistic, and the consultants asked me to say that they definitely are available to talk anytime by phone this week and to come up and spend time in meetings again next week to finish that process.
Well, that might be something we think about for midweek next week, after we've done this process and after we've somehow gotten a tentative resolution of these policy questions. If we can't have a meeting for want of commissioners, we could feed comments, perhaps directly to Anderson and Krieger or to the consultants, and then we could have a small group meet next Wednesday to absorb those and
Right.
Integrate them into the regulations, and figure out a process that we could allow this process to go forward even if we didn't have a meeting.
Yeah.
I think we can get a lot done, and then we'll present at the next public meeting of the commission for final approval.
Right, right. And if we did that, even without a meeting next week, we'd still be able to get it to the group and meet the schedule.
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so we'd be able to do that even without a meeting next week, right?
Yeah, and we might be able to, there's ways we could work the meeting next week. We could have we don't have to have the big full-blown Tuesday meeting. We could have a meeting Thursday where we get the commissioners who are there to, so
Yeah,
we can.
yep,
we
that's
can-
another
We
possibility.
could talk through that
Yeah.
process, okay.
Right.
We had some, let me think now, comments. How are we, maybe this, we know this already, how are we getting back to particularly MGM and DLL Piper, who sent these comments that we were on the bifurcation process?
Well, we had six comments total, and we're going to respond to, I've responded to several of the shorter ones.
Okay.
And part of this process of going through these regulations will provide a platform for getting back to the others. I mean, basically, the Suffolk ones, we're gonna talk about one issue later today.
Right.
But the others, I think we basically, in one way or another, addressed ourselves to.
Yeah, well,
The-
sorry.
The MGM ones, the please don't bifurcate, I think our position is clear, we're gonna bifurcate.
Right.
And the second issue that MGM raised, I think we have essentially covered.
Right,
And
okay.
will so stay.
I have a comment relative to the, taken together, those comments. One of the takeaways I took was relative to this real hunger for the criteria that we will be evaluating on relative to phase two. I think one of the suggestions in that, in those comments relative to issuing policy statements about that process is a very good one that we should consider, we should think about, and we should think about sooner rather than later, because I think even the bifurcation reluctance comes from that, comes from the hunger about what is
Right.
going to be the position of this commission relative to a statute and what we want this process to look like and how they are going to be evaluated on. So if we make, I suggest we should think about making a process of issuing periodic, however they come, policy statements that could inform those who are really looking at this commission so that they can put their ideas into paper.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I think it's a very good point, and I couldn't really understand what the MGM concern was. I don't understand how they thought it might slow things down, but I do think you're right, that behind it, whatever their analysis was, what was behind it was concern that somehow we might be slowing down RFA 2 by doing this RFA 1. And I think that's a misunderstanding. I think if people are paying attention, they are hearing a lot about policy concerns. You know, they've heard us talking about community mitigation, about problem gambling, and the particulars of all those things, about diversity, about research. You know, we're constantly talking about what values we really have here and that are going to get reflected in this process. So they are not without important data. And I don't know how much prior to releasing the RFA 1 reg on or about, middle of October, I'm not sure how much we're going to be able to do in the way of formal policy. We're pretty much up to our gunnels, I think, in getting this stuff done, meeting that first deadline. But right after that, the whole point of this, I think, is that right after the RFA regs 1, is out, the regs are done, and the document is out, we are then relieved, our decks are cleared to some extent, and we can focus on the big policy issues in RFA, for RFA 2. So I'm not sure how much we could do between now and mid-October, beyond them listening carefully to what we're talking about all the time.
I agree that we have a lot on our plate now, but if we look chronologically at where we're going to be, once we get the regs drafted and sent off to the first step in enacting them, we're going to have a period of relatively dead time. That's not exactly accurate, but it's gonna be a
Right.
period of diminished activity insofar as those regulations are concerned. That's gonna occur if we stay on schedule in about 3 weeks. Then we'll have a period when those regs are out on the table and in an incubation
Oh, I
period,
see.
if you
Okay.
will, right? And then, it seems to me, we can turn our attention quickly to the assessment of the racing regulations and get that all set up and squared away. And at the same time, begin to concentrate on these policies, which I think are, if I understood you, Commissioner, are more fine-grained than the, let's concentrate on problem gambling and the like. They're
Right.
development criteria. I mean, we're
Yes.
gonna give so many points if you're near an intersection and that
Right.
kind of stuff. And that, it seems to me, is something we can begin to develop and that would be helpful to people. But I think there'll be a period to do that, and then we're gonna have to come back to these regulations when we get into the hearing period in September, just before we finish up the process and get them issued in mid-October. And then we're deeply into, hopefully, the RFA Phase 2 preparation process. So, and the schedule that the consultants have prepared reflects that kind of activity. So I think we can do it. It's gotta be staged, and we gotta think about what stage we're in, but I think.
We
there's
need PMA's critical path charts.
We are- they're working on
sooner
it.
than later.
Right.
Yeah, but I think that's helpful. That was a good schedule analysis. Item 3 on here is the issue that we've talked about amongst ourselves, and I've talked about with the consultants a little bit, which is to make sure we know that the contract actually calls for the work, assumes the work will be done at the end of the 16-week period, which is what, the end of August?
September.
Yeah, September.
Yeah, end of September?
Well, we started late May, but we slipped a week when we were executing the contract, so I need to take a look.
June,
But
July.
it's late August,
Okay.
1st of
Oh, it's
September.
September,
Yeah, okay. But we're talking about the regs not actually going out, the RFA 1 not being issued until mid-October. So I'm not quite sure, what we're anticipating happening, what work is gonna be going on. Is the consultant still planning on working? But the other question that I'm at least not quite clear on, and maybe other people are, is at the end of this work product, this contract with the consultants, where will we be and what will we need to be doing next? Because we're gonna jump right off into RFA 2. We're gonna need people pretty soon to do the vetting of the RFA 1
Yep.
forms. And as far as I know, at least, we haven't really talked about that. So I don't know if you've got sense or expectations. We may need to extend our relationship with you all. We may need to get other providers, so I just throw that out as kind of a general topic.
Well, perhaps I could, first of all, clarify the issue around the work plan,
Okay.
Chairman. So the work plan does indicate that the process goes through until October, but actually, the work of the consultants will be completed, the 16-week project will be completed in September. And the regs, the consultants' work on the regulations will be complete at that time. We just wanted to reflect the fact that it will take a bit longer for the regs actually to be finalized. So that's why the work
Okay.
plan actually extends into October.
Okay.
And the consultants, the two consulting groups have both asked me to share with you that they're not about to walk away. If by chance things slip by a week or two, they're certainly going to see through this 16-week engagement. They'll see through all of the things that we're committed to in the work plan. So once Judge McHugh alluded to that period in August, there'll be a bit of a reprieve. But at that point, the consultants will revert back to the development of the strategic plan, which was really the primary purpose of that
Right.
16-week engagement. Everybody shifted gears a bit and started focusing on the RFA regs and process because that was a priority for the commission. But the consultants are committed to completing the strategic plan and to doing that within the 16-week period as well.
Okay.
Then following that, following that, I think the commission, the three priorities in my mind will be the scope of licensing, determining what entities and what individuals actually have to apply and be vetted during the process. The investigations under the RFA Phase 1 process, and those will take several. The scope of licensing process, the consultants estimate that will take 2 months. Then the investigations would follow that, and the investigations will be, in many instances, will be very complex because of the nature of some of these companies and the holdings of some of the individuals involved. And then simultaneous to the investigations, the commission will probably want to develop the regulations for RFA Phase 2. Excuse me, the regulations for the actual RFP, which means that, and then that is a really critical project, because other jurisdictions have faced challenges when they haven't developed the proper request for proposal.
So basically what we need is outside help in figuring out how we draft RFA 2 and help teeing up and resolving the host of policy issues that will be in that, one. And two, we need a team somewhere to help us do the investigations of the returned RFA 1s. And at the moment, Commissioner, you about to say something?
And to spend a couple of months figuring out, however long it takes, figuring out who we have to investigate for RFA 1. I think
The
that's
scope of
the
licensing.
scope of licensing. I think that's what Kathy
Yes.
was saying.
Yeah,
So
scope of
it's not going to be
licensing, yeah.
self-evident.
Then the investigations, and simultaneous to the investigations, the RFA 2
Yeah, okay.
regulations.
And at the moment, we have no help to do that. So we need to move PDQ to figure out whether do we want to expand on the contract that we have with the existing consultants? Do we want to put out an RFP for additional help? Some combination of both. Has anybody been staying up nights thinking, is there a presumed,
No,
anybody have a
we've-
presumed plan?
I know I've been actually working on it with our consultants. I actually think with the team of the two consultants, we are well prepared to continue to use them for all three of these items. I'm convinced that they have the ability, the experience, some very good ideas on, my issue has been certainly with investigations.
Wait, I'm sorry, excuse me, Commissioner, it's 2:00. Where is Elaine? Can you bring her in? Sorry, just one sec, let me just,
Preservale is next door, right?
I'm sorry?
The Preservale is next door?
Yes, I think so. I just want to see if, at the moment, I only see one member of the press who wasn't here during our first meeting, so, oh, there are, okay. So should we stop and come in? Is that,
Oh, Can I, are we close to finishing this piece? I'm just
I don't
wondering.
think so, 'cause,
No?
yeah.
You think there's a lot more to go with this particular topic on the consultant status report?
yeah,
Okay.
I've got a bunch more.
Okay.
So why don't you just hold that thought?
Yeah,
Sorry
okay.
for interrupting you. Let me just get Elaine in here and figure out what we're going to do next. Hi. So are we ready? It's 2:00. Should we, go ahead as planned?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we need a motion to suspend this meeting while we do a few other things. And then as soon as the press avail is over, we will come back, pick this up, and at 3:00, we will do the other meeting as well. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do you have a thought, Commissioner?
Yeah, so about half an hour, is that what we need for this? Okay, so let's, that motion is a motion to suspend until about 2:30, right?
Okay, to make it 2:30, okay. Second? All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right. We are reconvening the 16th meeting. We were in the middle of talking to our consultant and ourselves about the the continuation of the RFA and so forth process. And I think you were starting to speak, Commissioner Cameron. Do you remember?
I think I do. We were just talking about the additional steps. I think Commissioner O'Toole outlined the additional steps that the,
Right.
that the consultants could assist us with, or we need assistance with, moving forward. And I just started to talk, to make the point that with regard to investigations, this is something I've been thinking about, what the Bureau, what help we need to move forward with investigations. And I know, in speaking to our consultants, they have some very good ideas on how to assist us moving forward with investigations. So I've really been looking at, discussing with them some different models and trying to understand the challenges and be prepared to make good decisions with regard to investigations and the Bureau.
Well, I guess what we need to decide is whether we want to just continue talking with the present consultants. Does that do the job? I don't have a sense really of what is required to do the investigations. I don't have any independent way of knowing whether they can do it or not. I know they do at least some portion of that. I've heard them talk about it, but I can't really speak to that issue. Certainly, from my standpoint, the relationship has been a great one. I mean, they've been terrific. Yeah. They've been tremendously responsive. Best I can tell, the work has been really good. I like having Commissioner O'Toole, on the team. So I've been completely satisfied and impressed with the team that we put together by combining those two responses. But I don't. There's an appropriateness issue as well as are the skill sets. I certainly think the skill sets to do two of those three pieces that Kathy laid out are within Michael and Carol and Spectrum. Whether they can do the full investigation thing, I just don't know. I just don't know enough about that.
We actually received a memo late last night that I haven't had a chance to look at in its totality, which really lays out some of the things that I've been discussing, which really have to do with a combination of, we'll have some key people, we will need to use some experienced investigators that have conducted these particular investigations, and the consultants have identified that group, have used them in other jurisdictions for this very investigative need, with the plan of training folks that we may use here, and there's some decisions, how much state police we want to use, how many of our own investigators, so we have a lot of decisions along those lines to make. But the skill sets will be, the training will be there, which I think is a critical piece for us to be able to conduct these investigations in a comprehensive manner.
I want to make a point relative to procurement, which the way we engage our consultants now was through the RFR that the governor's office conducted on our behalf, because we weren't even formed. And it was very broad relative to standing up the commission. And there was language there that we could refer to. But the way we defined their contract since then, when we selected them, it was about the strategic plan, which Ms. O'Toole talked about, and which is what they're working towards. As we've gained intelligence as to what we need to do, which is also under the auspices of standing up the commission, we clearly have this bulk of need for the investigations piece, which was not, and nobody ever presumed, not part of their current contract. Right. And because of the dollar figure could be substantial, I believe we should explore and consider the need to procure these as a request for responses, as an open RFR. Now, we should consider as to who the respondents may be out there. There are not already identified themselves by responding to the original RFR, or that maybe given that original RFR did not feel they were qualified to do but could be qualified to do on a subsequent RFR about investigations if we put it out there. So that's something we need to start thinking
Right.
about soon,
Right.
because when we're envisioning and I know that they're qualified to do that, and I frankly think that, Michael and Carol and Spectrum, that depending how we craft the services that we want, they may or may not want to respond. For the sake of competition, I wish they do. But I think we should consider that process as we really contemplate the need for those investigations to happen quickly, or soon rather, and that means acting on that soon.
Commissioner McHugh, have you been thinking about this? Do you have thoughts about this?
Well, I've just been thinking that we need to do it because, and we need to do it, we need to begin the plan now. And it seemed to me that there might be, as I've listened to the consultants talk, there might be more than one piece to this. And I don't know what that memo they sent to you says, but the investigation with the potential applicants as to how deep into the corporate structure the investigation needs to go. And then, and that's one piece, sizing up the workload and the depth. And then doing the actual investigation. They might be they are two different functions. And I thought that subcontracting or sending it out to private organizations that do this kind of work was something that they had talked about at one point. And I don't know whether that's still on the table. So it seems to me that the first thing we need to do is to figure out what the components of the need are, of the task are, and then figure out whether or not some of it is small enough so that we could simply extend or change or alter the contract, or whether the whole thing needs to be rebid, and if so, whether we needed to have two different RFRs or how to structure it. But the first thing, it seems to me, is to define what we're looking for and what's going to go forward. And our present consultants, it seems to me, if they're willing to do it, would be terrific to have them do that and scope it out so we could discuss it.
I think that's precisely what they did in the memo that was
Okay.
provided to the
Okay.
commissioners last evening. And again, we completely defer to the commission on procurement decisions. But they have done lots of that type of work in the past. So they've done both the continued consulting, the preparation of the scope of licensing,
Right.
and they've done regulations similar to RFA2 regulations. And they also, Bernie Murphy is the one, former FBI, who oversees all the investigative
Investigation.
components. Yeah. But, again, I'm sure they'll compete in the appropriate way for any opportunities that may exist
Yeah.
in the future.
I think the knowledge now that's been built up over the past several months, and the sort of desirability of having a continuum makes it worthwhile to see the extent to which, consistent with good procurement policy, we can continue to take advantage of them.
And as
A worthwhile undertaking.
And as a practical matter, I don't know about the investigation part, it's sort of outside my knowledge, but the rest of the work that they do, I think we've got the two best people in the world to do it. It's not like there's a whole bunch of people out there who are,
Yeah.
We took the two bidders were the only two bidders that were, even remotely capable of doing the work.
And there are a lot of firms that I'm aware of that conduct investigations, but this is a unique investigation, and I know that they have folks, I actually looked at a list of individuals, and they are the individuals that have spent years and years investigating for New Jersey, Pennsylvania regulatory bodies. So they have this specific investigative knowledge, which really is more complex than a background investigation.
Yeah, for sure.
The field could indeed be very narrow. That doesn't take away from our need, what I believe is our need to explore via an RFR for services that we have not procured yet. Now, relative to the scope of licensing, I see that as a much, much closer nexus to the strategic plan. Because, we asked and bought a strategic plan, and depending on how we go about, relative to the scope of licensing, I happen to see the way it's being defined now, as this, again, a nexus.
Isn't that
to-
true of RFA two as well?
Certainly, yes.
Yeah, so those two pieces of it seem to me to be.
Right. Right. Now, but where we start migrating into implementation is when we're starting to talk about conducting the investigations,
Right, I
rather than conceiving about them.
I understand.
Or when we are talking about writing regs, rather than just planning for it. And,
Well, we're writing regs right now.
I know, well, we did change
Right.
that part of the original work plan.
Right.
Which we provided for in the scope of work agreement that we drafted initially. We have, the mechanism to do that. So, I'm not saying we should just, end when our contract finishes. We should think about just which pieces
Right.
may we need to bid, because there may be people out there who did not respond to the original RFR, because all they did was investigations, for example.
Right.
And that's, from a procurement standpoint, that's the people who we don't know about, who may be out there, that we need to test. Now, we may come back to the conclusion that there's only a limited pool,
Right.
the people that we already know about. But I think it needs to be tested.
Yeah, and I think what Commissioner McHugh said is right, that what we need to know what it is we want, we need, before we can be any more clear about this. But have you read the document that the
Yes,
consultant sent up to
briefly.
you?
It was just last night, late. I skimmed through it.
Is it pretty much, does it pretty well lay out what it is we need?
It lays out important questions. Importantly, that the investigation amounts could be substantial. And that's where I'm thinking, it should be an RFR.
Right.
We're not talking about a change order, if you will. We're talking about entirely new scope.
Right.
And that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah. Well, my predilection is that assessing the depth of the investigations and the carrying on this kind of work for RFA two that's been done for RFA one is quite consistent in the original RFP that which they bid on and won, and we probably covered it pretty well in our own work plan. And, from my standpoint, having a presumption, which is rebuttable if we find out that there's something wrong with it, that of moving forward with our existing consultants on that work, and with also more of a presumption that we would take a look at going outside for the investigation stuff. But that's just me talking, that's not formal policy, but I think we need to start trying to make some decisions here pretty quickly, because anything that does require an RFR is gonna take some time.
It does, and we need to, but hence the need to put it in writing. It forces us to think about what is it that we want, so that people can understand and respond to.
Right, okay.
I'll just give another example. We should also test the assumption that one, not two of our consultants could do this for us to be more cost effective. Both respondents were willing to do the strategic planning on their own, and I think they were capable of doing them on their own. We thought that there was the good reasons to have them early on both, and we should test the assumption whether that is still valid, I think.
Well, would it be helpful to circulate the memorandum that you have, or have it,
I think it would be.
go back, and then, whatever, just so we get, as a group, sort of a definition of what it is we're talking about, and then have a further discussion and try and get this off the ground quickly, because we do need to move with some dispatch.
Okay, just one sec. Okay. So we've got this funny uncertainty about the meeting next week, but hopefully we could have enough of review that document and try to tee up a more specific question about what do we feel we need to bid out, and what might we do with contract amendment by next week if we possibly can. Okay. Is little four execution of RFA one investigation, that's what we've just been talking about? I didn't put this on here, is that?
I did.
Oh, okay.
And that actually is pretty oblique, isn't it? But that's what we were just talking about.
Kind of thought that's what you meant, right. Okay, and then on the competitive environment, that's the carry forward from the conversation that we started last week when we sort of open-endedly talked to the consultants about our concerns that there wasn't enough competition in Eastern Mass, but there was so much competition in Western Mass. And up came this Wall Street idea, which I think we've all thought about and thought about and talked about a little, and are very inclined to want to consider pursuing. But in the meantime, Commissioner Zuniga and I have talked to an investment banking firm, a true investment banking firm, that only does transactions. It doesn't.
Advisory, only transaction advisory.
Right. They don't do financing.
They don't do underwriting.
Right. I'm not sure how much others of us have talked about this, but Commissioner Zuniga and I have been talking about this off and on now for probably a month or two. And the kinds of functions that such an organization might play for us are to help us pitch, if we're gonna do a Wall Street tour, to make sure we know how to do that right. You know, we don't wanna do it, if we're gonna do it, we wanna do it really buttoned up. We wanna have anticipated the questions in advance. We wanna know what it is, what can we say that might actually affect their frame of mind, and when will we be ready to say it? So an investment bank would clearly be able to help us do that kind of stuff. They may be able to contribute to the whole competitive environment conversation, because people, they live in that world. Maybe think outside the box, help us think outside the box about ways to finance and leverage the investment opportunities. You know, as an example, and this is just one of these brainstorming things that I hope nobody will make too much of, but, you know, somebody mentioned the possibility that you could work with a facility and do tax-free bonds, which would bring the financing costs down. It's a, you know, very secure bond, but you could bring the borrowing costs down for a developer and maybe generate money elsewhere by bringing their borrowing costs down, if we could figure out a way to do some of the bonding through tax-free bonds. I mean, just as an example. And that's not the kind of thought process that would naturally come to any of us. They would be tremendously good at helping us vet and negotiate deals with bidders. They'd really understand the marketplace, they'd understand the arithmetic better than we would. There has been a model, this one firm that we've talked to has done work in New York in a similar situation and has done work with Spectrum in Ohio. So there's a track record of investment banks fitting with our existing consultants and figuring out how to divvy up the responsibilities. So we have, I don't know if have we looked into it all, what something like this order of magnitude cost, or did you have a chance to pursue that?
I asked that question, and they have not provided, they're working on it. I would characterize it in a phase of request for information, and it all depends a little bit like what we're going through with our consultants right now, whether somebody can help us come and do scoping, criteria, evaluating scenarios on a early stage, or help us do negotiation, actual evaluation once we get proposals, or both.
Right.
You know, they were going to put together essentially those two options.
Right,
They've
okay.
done it for other states on both cases.
Right.
Or in both instances.
Right.
And they haven't come back. Similar to what I was just saying, it would be something that I think we should write in terms of scope of what we want, and issue a solicitation, because this could also be a large
Oh, for sure.
dollar amount.
Yeah, this would be a competitive procurement. I think what I was looking for was to just talk about this a little bit, see if other people have reactions, so to the concept of bringing an investment bank in this kind of a role. And if there's a general consensus that that's a good idea, then Commissioner Zuniga will continue to pursue it.
This is an investment advisor, this is not an underwriter or investor, right?
Correct.
Yeah. I think it's really a worthwhile thing to be thinking about, either for prepping for a trip to Wall Street if we decide that that's a sensible thing to do, or to help us, and I think we really will need some help analyzing the RFA2 returns, and so it'd be great to get somebody on board now to
Right.
work with for a while, so we can be prepared for that,
Yeah,
or both.
or both, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so is it no disagreement, I guess? Yeah, okay, so we'll go ahead and keep working on that. And we did get this memorandum from Michael and Carol about, and I talked, I think I talked, no, from Spectrum. I think I talked to Fred, but I can't remember if I did or not. But they were ready to move now. I think it's a little bit too soon. I don't feel like we're really ready to move. And I think we may want to talk about getting an investment banker to help us figure out how to do that tour. So if I haven't passed that word, it's not the end of the conversation, but that's our state of mind at the moment.
Right. Yeah, actually, Chairman, I spoke to Fred Gushin this morning, and he mentioned that the Ohio model, where they worked closely with an investment banker, was a very good one.
Okay,
So
good.
the consultants would very much favor that
Okay.
decision.
Great, well, that's good to hear. And because the investment banker said the
That's-
same thing,
that's the
so
same
both
people.
sides of it are saying it. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we will pursue this, and we'll try to move pretty quickly on that. All right, I think, Commissioner, that we're,
I haven't been a
Finished.
commissioner for many years, so
feels good, doesn't it?
too many commissioner titles.
Thank you again very much.
Thank you, Carol.
And I
Thank you,
hope
Chairman.
you'll pass, where the rest of the work goes remains to be seen, but I hope you'll pass back to the consultants that everybody talks about how good we feel about the work that you guys have been doing so far.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. All right, technical and other assistance to communities. The ombudsman position is posted, finalized, posted. Is it on the state, is it at the state site yet?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yep.
it's everywhere. We're anxiously looking for candidates, so if anybody's got ideas out there, please let us know. We're anxious to get moving on that role as soon as we possibly can. Is there anything else about that? I don't think so. The protocol for interactions with state agencies. That is the issue that we have been talking about now. This is the protocol where the state agencies don't want to deal with bidders until they are formally vetted as legitimate applicants. And we have now come up with this process that we talked about last week, and we almost decided, but we need to finalize that. If I'm remembering it right, we decided last week that we did agree that an applicant or a bidder could become a formal applicant by the completion of a document, which we will prepare, that says, I want to become an applicant, and the delivery of a $400,000 check or deposit. We had talked last week about that. The earliest that might happen would be when the RFA is launched in mid-October, and the latest that could happen is when the RFA is returned, completed. Subsequently, a couple of things have come up. There's been concern expressed by one prospective bidder that, contrary to what we had been saying, there have already been discussions with DOT and one of the other bidders, and that if we were to in any way preclude bidders from now talking to DOT, that would put them at a competitive disadvantage. We've looked into that and have talked to DOT, and they said that although there has been some paperwork filed by a bidder, that seems to imply that there have been discussions with DOT, that is incorrect, that there have not been any. So as best we can understand it, the tribal situation is different. The tribe has been authorized to go ahead and talk, but that's a very different situation. But in regions A and B, as we understand it, there has not been any substantive conversation with DOT or, as far as I know, other state agencies. Assuming that's true, so that nobody would be put at a disadvantage by not being able to start today, I think we have suggested, and Commissioner Stebbins has suggested, that we, at the Western Mass Forum, which we'll talk about, that we will release the one-page "I want to become an applicant" form, and from that time forward, which would be probably August 8th, anybody that wants to fill out this one-page form and give us their 400,000, even before the RFA 1 has been published, if they want to get going in their discussions with state agencies, that would be fine. So basically, 2.5 weeks from today, or whatever it is, 3 weeks from today, bidders could turn themselves into applicants and start the process of dealing with state agencies on their application if they wanted to. You're looking a little perplexed.
I guess I have
Sorry.
a concern about that, in that without knowing what the requirements will be, will everyone know whether or not they want to be a bidder? Just a one-page application, I'm just wondering if that's,
Well, lots of people are already spending serious money
I
to be
understand
prepared for
that.
being bidders. So that's not our business. If they don't know enough yet, that's up to them. They can decide not to start until they get RFA 1 out. But if somebody wants to get started, which is where this is coming from, there are people who want to get started. There are people who are already well down the road. And doesn't seem that there's any reason to preclude them from working with state agencies if they're serious enough to put up their $400,000.
The form, if we went this route, I mean, there's a couple of, there's a lot of unknowns. And the form would basically recite all the unknowns and say, I'm willing to, I acknowledge that these are unknowns. What are the unknowns? The unknowns are we haven't promulgated the RFA 2 regulations yet. We haven't promulgated and made effective the RFA 1 regulations yet. We haven't decided on a number of other protocols that may affect them. We haven't listed our design criteria, for example, or other things that we're going to do to help people. But the reason for contemplating this is the reluctance of the permit granting authorities to talk to people who are simply tire kickers and who may not be serious ultimately about submitting a bid, because the conversations that the permit granting authorities fear are going to be extensive and thoughtful and detailed, and the kinds of conversations that necessarily attend this kind of a project. So the permit granting authorities have said if you have a demonstration of seriousness, i.e. an application fee, then we'll be prepared to deal with them as we would with any other person who is in the process of making a development. And the developers want to go ahead and have those conversations. So this is a device to separate the wheat from the chaff and allow them to go forward with those conversations.
I'm
And that's
wondering
the-
if there'll be
that's
any
the whole
difference in the
rationale.
two groups.
Pardon me?
I'm wondering if there will be any difference in the two groups.
Well, that may be. I mean, one could say that in this environment, $400,000 is
It's not shaft.
is trolley fare. But that is for the permit
Bidders
granting
to decide.
authorities and the developers. But they're satisfied with that. So, I mean, that's the rationale for it.
Right. And I did talk with the Secretary of Transportation yesterday and got his approval on this, if we're comfortable with it.
I look at it as it's kind of expediting the steps. We're trying not to slow potential developers down, knowing that they see us going through this pretty lengthy regulation process. We've already tried to take one step to speed up the process by bifurcating the application process, and this is just kind of giving another opportunity for a serious bidder to begin the process of contemplating a project. I mean, I can't speak of experience about trolley fares, but, you know, I'm sure that $400,000 is probably money that they've expended in excess already. So, you know, if they want to, you know, lay that down as part of the initial application fee now and move forward and start looking at the potential for the project, why not? I think it makes sense.
Okay. Do we need maybe we should have.
This would, let me just add one other thing to consider about this, and recognizing that we don't have the regulations that fully support this. This would also begin the creation of a fund, which, consistent with the statute, we could then use to help cities and towns with their needs. So, recognizing the sort of nebulous environment into which the deposit would go, it'd begin to solve a number of problems that attend this process.
Okay. Do we need a vote at this point? Maybe,
My suggestion, Mr. Chairman, would be to draft the form and
Yeah.
have something concrete in front of us so that we could
Yeah,
talk
I
about
agree. I agree with
you
that.
know, and have some exploration, Commissioner Zuniga, as to where we put the money. Do we put it in a trust fund? Do we put it in a
Well,
bank? Do we?
I was going to speak to that. We have a meeting with the comptroller to help us set up the funds, the account, the funds, and the proper controls around accepting monies of that magnitude. So that's coming up. So
It's
it will
trolley
be.
fare.
I'm sorry?
it's trolley fare.
Not to be.
Okay, so why don't we, let's establish a clear plan that we're gonna aim to get the document done and be ready to accept application fees by August 8th, and we'll announce it formally at the forum. And everything that we need to do in the process, you know, try to get done by that time. And we can talk about it again next week if we're ready, but setting that deadline, I think, makes sense. Okay. And I will tweak the draft that we have to accommodate this new plan and recirculate that. On the municipal, community advisory, that is, I think it's also in our, it's also in our packets. That is completed, it is in distribution. Yep. I'm sorry? Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah. Why don't we could just finish this
Okay,
item here.
yeah.
I think Janice is absolutely right. We need
Yeah,
to suspend, but
right.
let's just finish this
Yeah, just to
item.
finish, okay. So this is, again, for interested parties, this is on our website presumably? This is the municipal advisory about hosting. Okay. It's a 2 or 3 page document that starts to give advice to municipalities, puts out a schedule as best we've been able to plan for up to and through the awarding of licenses. And it is this document that, this document will be one of the documents that our ombudsman will be responsible for implementing as soon as we have that ombudsman. But it's also meant, Brandon and Janice and everybody and Elaine, to be sent out, anybody who calls up and is asked questions, it's meant to be sent out to them. You know, people, municipalities that call with any questions, this doesn't answer all their questions by a long shot, but it's a step in the right direction. I want to make sure everybody gets it. Okay, now, if I can, yes?
Can I mention just one
Sure.
thing? Or maybe we'll come back up after we suspend.
Okay.
It's to this, I have just one.
It's
one
on
point.
this, on the,
On the community advisory.
all right, well, that's the topic we're on, so go ahead.
Okay, in recent conversations with others like Mass Development, we've had, we've talked a little bit about this, whether this commission should explore the possibility, and it's not at odds with what's in here, but whether this commission should explore the possibility of pre-qualifying a set of advisors that communities can then draw from as they undertake and conduct negotiations with potential developers. This is just an idea that has been thrown out there. This would be down the road, if you will, but it's an idea that I feel we should think about and keep in the back of our hands.
Okay.
We're entertaining a proposal from the Collins Institute. I think that's what you're talking to in terms of going through the list of previously state-approved vendors and kind of highlighting who might be able to help you essentially consult on X for the traffic mitigation or infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
I'm not sure we'd want to put a stamp of approval on them. I think that would take a lot of work for us to feel like we were willing to put our own imprimatur on somebody.
Yeah, right.
But to say, here is a range of options, take your pick and take your chances, we can certainly do that. But anyway, we can keep thinking about that if you want to. All right, if we could have a motion to suspend for while we conduct the public meeting number 17.
So I move we suspend for
few minutes.
for purposes of conducting public meeting 17.
A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. So I would like to call to order, public meeting number 17, which is to be held today at 3 o'clock. And this was an opportunity for people to make comments on the transition of our racing regs from emergency to permanent. And do we have anybody here who wants to comment? Okay. Do we have to stay open till?
We do.
Till 4? Okay.
We do.
So what we're going to do is suspend this meeting. If anybody comes in who does want to speak up, we will go back to this meeting. Meanwhile, we will suspend this meeting number 17 and go back to number 16. So
And
let's,
we
yes. Did you have?
Chairman, one question.
Yep.
Nina Pickering Cook on behalf of Anderson and Krieger. I was wondering if the commission got any written comments on the regulations.
The commission received no written comments on the regulations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would that all of our life were as easy as this. All right, so we have a motion to suspend meeting 17 and return to meeting 16.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we are now in suspension on 17 and back to 16. And we are on number 6, the charitable gaming. Keep an eye out if anybody fresh comes in, Brandon, give us a heads up, in case I don't notice. We got the quote draft from Commissioner McHugh, which was a lot more than a draft, which was great. Do you have anything that you want to talk about at this point?
Just briefly, what the procedure I envision would be, Mr. Chairman, that we would, I would finalize, I would turn that outline that I circulated, which we're not going to consider today, into a draft, into a draft, and circulate that draft probably by the end of the week or the beginning of next week. Then we would be able to vote, we would be able to consider the draft at a meeting next week. We wouldn't have to vote on anything. We could consider it, discuss it, next week. And then I would take whatever comments we had, add them to the draft, revise the draft, and we would vote on it on the 31st. Hopefully, the comments will iron out any difficulties. We would vote on it to adopt it on the 31st, and we would file it with the legislature the same day. So that would be the plan I envision. By that time, you'll, as we discussed last week, I anticipate that we will be able to, and the other agencies, the Attorney General and the Treasury, will all have be able to coalesce around a single location for regulation of charitable gaming. That location will be in the draft I circulate next week. It's something we can discuss. and hopefully agreed to, and then off it goes.
Okay.
I have a question. Based on this draft which I read, and it's well framing the issue. Has there been any discussion relative to not just location, but replicating one model versus another in terms of oversight? Whether the current oversight of Beano's, the oversight of Beano versus Bazaars is different, placed in different places, but fundamentally different.
Yes, and there has been some discussion of that, but the thought would be that, and the thought would be that our report would say we need to locate the regulation in one place, and that by the end of the year, we'll have legislation, I think the draft suggests that, have legislation that will, and regulations that will affect that regulatory oversight. And then we will have an opportunity with the other partners to discuss what the regulatory framework ought to look like. And it will inevitably take some shape from the location that it will be winded up, but we'll have an opportunity to discuss that specifically with our partners before proposing legislation and regulations.
Okay. Before we move on, Commissioner McHugh, I have a 4 o'clock appointment that it would be very good if I could make. If I would be happy to miss this, what's left, if you would be willing to take over for these last few items, if you think that's all right.
Surely.
The only, on, finance and budget is, Enrique may have something to talk about. On the community outreach, there's just the issue of resolving, like the Springfield request. So, how do we deal with bidders A and advocacy groups B? We've got 2 pending. On the speaking engagements, I just will mention to you that Senator Rosenberg has announced to the caucus, both caucuses in the Senate, the Republican Democratic caucuses in the Senate, that the commission is willing to go to Senate districts to speak to municipal leadership groups or any leadership groups to try to help if they want us to. Senator Pacheco has asked that I go and do that at his in his district. They responded very well to having this opportunity. And I've left a message for Speaker DeLeo saying we'd like to make the same offer to the members of the House. I haven't heard back from him, but I'll follow up on that. And then the last item would be the Rhode Island issue, which Commissioner McHugh, you are familiar with, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, so if that's okay, I will sneak out and leave this in the good hands of Commissioner McHugh.
Before you leave, Mr. Chairman, we do need a decision on the Rhode Island issue today, right? I think
They're
we
not,
should.
they're being very gracious about it, but
Right.
it would be good.
Okay.
My 2 cents worth was that it was not that big a deal, but I was pretty much gonna defer to your judgment on that one, so.
Okay.
But I'll let you guys, whatever you come up with is okay with me. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, All right. Mr.
Thank you.
Your brief.
Yes, it is, thank you.
All right, with that intro, Commissioner Zuniga?
Yep. Thank you, the Finance and Budget. I submitted a preliminary budget for fiscal year 2013 as part of the packets. What I tried to do here is to highlight in terms of cash needs for this fiscal year, starting July 1st and ending June 30th of 2013. There's a comments and assumptions piece in each one of the line items. And I would, I'm submitting them for, as a first draft for comments. What I tried to do at the end of this 3-page document was to call out items, line items numbers 7, 8, 9, and 10, that are too broad for us to nail down now, or which sources of funds may come from, or be, if this commission may be able to recoup those expenditures by virtue of where the sources for these funds come. One example, I think the easiest example is the investigations line item. I've identified this here as number 10. We will be able to use most of the 400,000 application fee to conduct those investigations as per the statute. So there's a direct offset. There's a time element, but there's clearly a direct offset. The question becomes whether investigations may cost more than that, and that marginal cost, this commission will be able to assess at some point of the same applicants, and it becomes a bit of a cash flow question for the commission. So in order not to muddy that, maybe muddy is the wrong word, in order not to mix that, those figures, because of its very nature, I excluded them from the operational budget, which is outlined here in items 1 through 6. So the same question is about racing operations. We know that the racing division is self-sustaining, but to the extent that the lack of the legislative line item presents a cash flow question for this commission, I've identified this as a TBD, as well as other research projects that we have talked about that are substantial, but we will be able to tap from the Public Health Trust Fund, I believe, in order to fund them. I can take any questions or walk you through through the document, or come back next week with a memo that articulates the assumptions and this document if we're ready for our approval. That's sort of current thinking.
Questions? Commissioners Cameron?
Yeah, just a comment that I wanted to thank Commissioner Zuniga for this. First of all, it's easy to read, and secondly, it's really comprehensive, and it took a lot of time, so thank you for putting this together. And I'll take more time, obviously, to look at it thoroughly and possibly have questions at that time.
I also thank Commissioner Zuniga for pulling this together. He and I had a chance to, he kind of walked me through the budget the other day over lunch, but I think it's pretty thorough, but I think to approve this as kind of our FY 2013 budget, having some more detail in terms of the revenue projections or sources of funds, I think will be helpful going forward.
Yep.
I had a question as to item 8. What does that envision? Technical assistance to cities and towns, 3.5 grants. And I understand why 3.5, but
Yeah.
what was the genesis of that?
It was really just what a cash flow question that we've talked about. From the standpoint of whether this commission could front money needed for those negotiations and assess those applicants later on relative to funding those.
I see, so
those
there's a
activities.
relationship between 8 and 10.
Yes, well, yes. 8 would be for the negotiation pieces, and 10 would be for the investigations. Both ultimately come from the operators. From our perspective, it's a cash flow question, because communities will be hard pressed to fund that money, whereas this commission could have a role in terms of helping with that cash flow. So it's
Well, yeah, Okay, I understand that. But I asked that question because once the 400,000 comes in, then the statute says that some of that goes to can go to cities and towns.
Yes, actually, that's right.
And so that at least there's some relationship conceptually between the tasks contemplated by 8 and the
Yes.
revenues contemplated by 10.
You're correct. And I'll make that change. It would read, for example, on 10, that the figure would be 350,000, whereas 50,000 is, as per the statute, is earmarked for the local
Yeah.
municipality
Yeah, yeah.
for
Yeah.
negotiations, yes.
Yeah.
Um,
All right.
The concept,
Yeah, no, but I
concept is the
understand the
same,
concept, yeah.
that, there's a cash need
Right.
upfront. It gets assessed later on, or soon thereafter, but
Right.
the point is later.
Right.
And we could serve as the mechanism for that working capital,
Right.
if you will.
Right. Okay, I too join Commissioner Cameron and Commissioner Stebbins in thanking you for the comprehensiveness of this and its accessibility. It's really easy to read and understand. It's great. So let's simply defer further consideration of this until a future meeting, whether that be the next week or the week after. Okay, great. Public education and outreach. Before he left, Steve was referring to, under subdivision A of that, the ongoing discussion we've been having about how to deal with requests that have been made by people who are interested in one way or another, whether they actually represent a potential developer or are affiliated with an issue, how we're going to deal with their desire to talk to us. We've received a number of requests of those kinds, and we've basically said that we'll be happy to see people in a public setting, but we haven't gone beyond that. And so that's what this topic was designed to allow us to talk about a little bit further. So, does anybody have any thoughts on that subject? It seems to me that ultimately we need to think this through in a structured fashion and have some kind of a memorandum that we circulate and think about for a minute before we get deeply into this subject. But for example, we could make it part of the Speakers Bureau kind of approach, that we would entertain people who wanted to come and talk to us if they met certain criteria, figure out what those criteria were, in an effort to have the fullest access to the commission by interested people who had something useful and helpful for us to hear, without opening up the floodgates for just a general discussion of the idea of gambling. I mean, that'd be one approach. Another approach would be to set aside a part of one meeting a month and just have an hour for an open forum, whoever wanted to talk to us. Another might be to say that we'd be happy to talk to anybody who wanted to talk to us if two commissioners had that conversation at our offices, and if we posted a summary of the conversation on our website, so that we maintain the transparency, but increase the flexibility and the input that we got from people. Transparency being a paramount consideration in all of these kinds of conversations, coupled with the desirability of getting useful and helpful information from a wide variety of constituencies. So those are the kinds of issues we've talked about obliquely in the past, and those are the kinds of issues that this topic was designed to get us to talk about further, because those requests for conversations with us are going to increase as we move forward, understandably. And we need to be in a position to respond to them. And at the same time, everybody has to know what we're telling one person so that everybody will have the same information. Thoughts on how to proceed with that?
Well, I like the last two options clearly, or, for that matter, all options, but the idea of having a periodic forum open for people to come forward and express a free form. It could, of course, be framed well in terms of time and et cetera. But I think that's great. It increases, it goes right along with the mission of this commission, which is to be transparent and participatory. And it should be open to whomever. I don't know that we can do it realistically given our agenda every meeting, but I think we should be ready to have that periodically.
We've used, when I was in the city council in Springfield, we had that kind of certain amount of time set aside for public speak out prior to one of our meetings. We asked that people who were interested call the office ahead of time, put their name on a list, because you're dealing, you want to keep to an agenda after that public speak out. We kind of ask people to keep their, comments or their thoughts to a certain time limit. We would hope that people coming forward might have something germane to what was on the agenda, something that was, kind of where we were in the process, that there were, comments would reflect that. But we also have, echoing Commissioner McHugh, we have some other segments or requests that are coming in. We're having requests that are coming in, I think in the case that the chairman mentioned, from a municipality to have a direct conversation with us. That's one whole set of interests. As you and I have found out, Commissioner Zuniga, there's a lot of people who are just looking for a general familiarity with the process, which I think gets to the purpose of the Speakers Bureau, to go out, talk about the process we're going through, a little background on the law, et cetera. So I think there's ways to give people opportunities. I think when it comes to having somebody who wants to talk to us about an issue where we consider their input at an expert level, I think that's kind of criteria left in our hands for a case-by-case basis as to who we would want to invite to share those thoughts and comments. So, I mean, let's look at it now as having 4 buckets and kind of which request falls in each bucket. But, the Speakers Bureau piece seems to be the easiest. It's a kind of a set presentation that we can give to Rotarians, Kiwanis groups who just have a general interest in learning more about what we're going through, and maybe don't tap into our streaming sessions, but people who have a more definitive reason to want to talk to us related to a project. Building some of this public forum time in once a month, and then, looking for opportunities for us to invite experts in to give us some thoughts and feedback. I think there's an easy, I know we need to think about criteria for each of those, but if we get our hands around the 4 constituencies that at least I see, I think there's a way to deal with them and make time available for them to be heard. Additionally, we've talked about doing hearings, not necessarily the line of forums that we've done, but hearings out in the field to get feedback on regulations. That's going to feed into another whole group and audience that we're going to talk to and will want to be in front of us. But.
Yes, I think that last piece is going to provide a good opportunity, and might even be worth thinking about just having a listening sessions as we get farther along in this in various regions throughout the Commonwealth. Would you be willing to, you seem to have a pretty good bucket list there. Would you be willing to?
It's not my final bucket.
No, I
list,
understand, but it's a functional bucket list.
All right.
Would you be willing to outline a memorandum for us and put some of those thoughts down on paper and then bring it back and
Sure.
let us
Sure.
consider?
I worked with Elaine because I think she's going on a track with the Speakers Bureau, which is
Right.
a piece of that.
Right, I mean, this all fits as part of a piece. Okay, that'd be great. The other piece that came up under this is a suggestion, a request actually, that I got from one of the representatives of one of the cities and towns, who asked whether we planned to have some kind of a library of information where particularly people involved in negotiations with developers, or potential negotiation with developers, could get information about the gaming industry. And it occurred to me that, like many of us, there is a dearth of information about this industry out there by people who are going to be affected by it and who want to make have some intelligent discussions with each other about criteria to be looking for and the like. So it seemed to me worthwhile for us to think about trying to create some kind of an electronic library, even if it were only links, that we could put up as an aid to cities and towns with publications that might be useful. How we get those publications, how we identify them, is another question. But it seems like a good idea to try and do that.
Well, I think, we've obviously all read a lot. We've talked about using our forums as an opportunity for people to hear what we're hearing. So, I think those documents kind of fit into that same category. We maintain a library. I agree with you, putting some of those titles, either the link to the documents, and some of the reports are pretty wieldy in terms of size, but they'll at least know what we're reading and kind of what information we're drawing out of those reports.
Okay, so let's figure out a way that we can do that. All right, anything else under that topic? Then it's time for a report from the Director of Communications and Outreach. Good afternoon.
Hello. Just a fast update, actually. So I right now have 3 proposals in from various companies for branding, logo creation, website issues, things like that. I'm probably gonna solicit 2 more, and then basically determine what next steps are. Put together sort of a similar type of checklist about what we want to accomplish and who has what, because it's just going to be a matter of trying to find the best fit for us, I think, at this point. And then reviewing cost and things like that, obviously. And then maybe once I have that down, we can determine whether I can get together with 2 commissioners maybe and have some come in and present. So I'm not quite sure what the process will be for that yet, but we'll figure that out. And then, again, still working on the Speakers Bureau, that's going well. And then, based on the new information on the Western Mass Forum today, I'll be sure and start getting the word out on that, so that we can maximize attendance. But there's a lot of interest, so that should be great.
All right, sounds good. It'll be fun to get the design up and going.
Yeah, it will.
It'll be nice.
It will.
Any questions or comments? Okay, succinct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking engagements, we heard Steve give his report on speaking engagements. Anything to add to that from anybody else?
I have one speaking engagement request that I ran through with Director Driscoll to speak to the Western Mass Elder Care Professionals monthly meeting. So,
All right.
I'll send around the details in case
Okay.
anybody wants to join me.
All right.
8 a.m. out in Western Mass.
I think you can handle that yourself.
I have no takers.
All right. Let's turn then to the research agenda, and I'm going to turn this one over to you,
Commissioner,
Commissioner
did we
Step-
skip over D?
We got,
Pardon me?
Did we skip over D?
Western Mass.
Oh,
Forum.
discussion
right
of
at
Western
the top.
Mass Forum. Yes, we did skip over that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Just a quick update. Again, we've confirmed August 8th to August 8th out in Springfield. State Senator Gail Canderas is in a meeting with Chairman Crosby, was eager to help us host this. We are being hosted by Western New England University. Again, the topics, and we're still fleshing out speakers, but the panels are going to be on community mitigation, hopefully taking what we learned in Framingham and drilling down a little bit, and especially as it relates to Western Massachusetts, community mitigation issues. Tourism, we all know that the legislation speaks extensively about connecting casinos and gaming with tourism. And the third topic being the workforce. We have a general interest that when gaming comes to Massachusetts, that there's not a huge importation of people from outside the Commonwealth, but we create job opportunities for folks inside the Commonwealth. And I think we'll have some updates from our community colleges that are kind of expanding their training collaborative mission, as well as some other topic speakers. So three differing topics, which I hope will turn out three distinct groups of folks. So it'll be a good afternoon out in Springfield on August 8th, and hopefully work with Director Driscoll to see if we can tie in some media opportunities as well, since all five of us will be out in the western part of the state for the day.
Commissioner, it's definitely on the 8th?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Western New England University?
yes. Formerly Western New England College, but they had a name change a year or two ago.
All right, that's, so we all look forward to that, and it ought to be, particularly in the, all three of those are important topics, but the opportunity to drill down a little bit more in the community mitigation will be an opportunity that I think many of the cities and towns will be looking for. Any other comments on that? Okay, so let's proceed then to the research agenda, and where I jumped to a second ago, and again, I'll turn back to you, Commissioner Stebbins, for that.
Sure. Well, we've just gotten a note that Professor McGowan from Boston College is not able to join us. I know he was coming back from Ecuador or someplace, so I'm not sure if his travel plans get changed up. But we do have Professor Robert Goodman with us. I think he slipped in the back. Professor, you can come up to the witness table or
The guest table.
the guest table.
Speaker table.
The expert table.
Guest witnesses, I've been called a lot of things. Those are pretty polite. Thank you very much.
Just to give you a quick background, you do have a brief biography on the professor in your packet. As we talked about when we did the forum out in Worcester, there were still a number of voices and experts we had hoped to hear from who, for one reason or another, weren't available. What's nice to know is that there is a great deal of expertise on the topic of gaming and its impacts based right here in Massachusetts. Professor Goodman, when we reached out to him, was anxious to come in and talk to him. He said, obviously, national expertise on this, in this area of gaming. I'm most intrigued and have some questions for him at the conclusion of his remarks with respect to architecture, because there is a provision in our bill which speaks to that. But I'm very happy that he could join us. I shared with him some information, not only about the forum that we had in Worcester, but also as it relates to our research agenda. Section 71, which talks about a broad baseline research we need to do, as well as any number of topics that we want to do some baseline research on to be able to analyze in years to come what the impact of gaming has been in Massachusetts in a wide variety of areas, including problem gambling, business development, tourism, et cetera. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Professor, and welcome. And thank you again for driving in from the best part of the state.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for the invitation. I want to say just a little bit about my background in terms of gambling issues. My work has, in the past, in addition to doing urban planning, has been primarily in the area of economic development issues. And I've worked as a consultant. I've written a book on this and reports. And what I was primarily interested in is how cities and states can do economic development, how they create jobs. And some years ago, I was given a grant by the Ford Foundation. And what I was able to do with that grant, and I had actually done a little bit of this work before, but I was able to focus on the issue of gambling as a strategy for economic development. And I had a 2-year project at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, which looked at that. We came out with a report, and I used a lot of the information from that report and other interviews and investigations I had done to write a book called The Luck Business that looked at this broadly on a national level. After that, I was asked by the late Senator Paul Simon from Illinois, and also the current Senator Richard Lugar from Indiana, about setting up a national commission to study the impacts of gambling. And they went ahead and did that. They had actually a $5 million budget over a 2-year period, study that. And you're probably familiar with the results of that report. I believe it came out sometime mid-late 1990s. I want to say off the bat that I've been asked by a number of communities in Massachusetts, Holyoke, Palmer, a number of other communities, to come and speak to them about the issues of economic development. And the reason they've asked me, obviously, is because in the analysis I did, I found that with the exception of places like Las Vegas and to a certain extent Atlantic City, the economic development issue in terms of job creation and revenues to the state was, for the most part, I won't say completely, but for the most part, an illusion. And one of the reasons we came to that conclusion is that many economic development consultants, including some of the biggest consultants in the country, Ernst & Young, at the time Arthur Andersen, and you probably know the history of Arthur Andersen, they were actually a member of the American Gaming Association, if you can believe it, was supposedly doing objective reports. We couldn't find a report that was really objective. Most of the reports basically talked about the revenues, the number of jobs that were going to be created, without looking seriously at the costs. I mean, they might say something about there'll be problem gambling, and some money ought to be set aside to deal with the problem gamblers. But in terms of looking at the actual economic impacts of problem gamblers, there was very little. In most cases, nothing. And the reason we were interested in that is it's true that when you have problem gamblers, it's a serious social problem, and it's certainly a problem for the families and the individuals. We were mostly concerned with what you might call the secondary effects, or sometimes called unintended consequences. When a problem gambler gets in trouble, they have serious financial problems, but one of the consequences is that they may have debts that they don't pay, they may go bankrupt, they may commit fraud on their credit cards, on insurance. Some of them get involved in illegal activities in order to keep their habit going. And then you have the criminal justice costs of prosecuting these people. When we looked at it, we came up with a figure of slightly over $13,000 per problem gambler per year. Now, you've probably seen various reports on the number of problem gamblers there are in a state. And we've seen, reports from 1.5%, all the way up to 7% of the adult population. The highest we found was in Louisiana. It's interesting, we said, why was it in Louisiana? Well, Louisiana is an interesting political process there, and I won't go into all the details. It's quite colorful. The governor wound up in federal prison. But the basic idea was they legalized just about every form of gambling you could imagine. First, it was 10 casinos for the state, and then the restaurant associations came in and said, what about us? They got slot machines there. They got slot machines at bars, at racetracks, even at truck stops, if you can believe it. And so with this proliferation, you had a proliferation of problem gambling. We looked at Iowa. It was an interesting state. It was the first state after Las Vegas and Atlantic City to really get into this business. In fact, a lot of states followed. It was the riverboats. And they went in a very short period of time, 4 years, when they initiated gambling, to 4 years later. And it's interesting because there are a few places where we had a benchmark. We could actually measure how much it increased. In that case, it went from about a little over 1% of the population to over 4% of the population in just this very short period of time. The National Commission, and this was not research I did, but this is commissioned by the National Study, said, and I'm just quoting here, the availability of a casino within 50 miles is associated with about double the prevalence of problem and pathological gamblers. Now remember, this is a commission, you know, with representatives of the casino industry as well as the tribal casino industry. Anyway, what I'd like to do maybe is talk at least about my view of what's happened here in Massachusetts. You may agree or disagree, but I think at least tell you what my feelings are based on the research I've done. Two things I'd like to talk about is one, what I call a rush to judgment. By that I mean there was no serious economic impact analysis in this state. I've seen figures in the newspaper and reports, some of them by gambling industry, but no objective analysis of what the real economic impacts are, some of the things that I just talked about, but others, like what would the impact be on local businesses? A lot of the money, that will go into these gambling casinos will come out of people's discretionary spending. Now, people are worried about gamblers who spend the rent money, the food money, the medicine money, and all of that, and that's serious. But from an economic point of view, again, the real big impacts are how much money will be sucked out of the local economy. Now here you have to ask the question, what's the local economy and what's the casino economy? If you take a place like Las Vegas, a large number of people are coming from outside the state. They spend on average about 4.5 days at the casinos. They not only spend their money, you know, at the slot machines and the roulette wheels and whatever, they also spend money in the local restaurants and gas stations and a whole host of other things. They leave, most of them, after that time. So in terms of any problem, there's serious problem gambling in Las Vegas. I don't want to leave them out of the mix, but the majority of people who get in trouble leave the state. What we found is that almost all of the new gambling that came after Iowa was what you would call convenience gambling, which meant that it was mostly local people. When you have local people doing it, then you have to look at how much money is coming out of the local businesses. That hasn't been done here. So you have no idea. I have no idea. You have no idea. I've seen studies in other states where it amounts to hundreds of millions of dollars. And that's certainly something that other local businesses would be interested in. I happen to live in Northampton, Massachusetts, and I can't tell you how many restaurant owners have said to me, you know, how is it going to impact my business? You know, they're going to be selling discounted liquor, discounted food. They're going to want the people to stay at the casinos. Are people likely not to come here and go to the casino wherever it happens to be in Western Massachusetts? So that's one of the big economic impacts that hasn't been looked at. The second thing in the rush to judgment is a complete misunderstanding of IGRA, the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. I've had discussions with state legislators here in Massachusetts. One legislator, and I won't mention his name now, who was very prominent in terms of being behind this legislation, who said that the reason he thought it was important for Massachusetts to expand gambling was that if the state didn't do it, if legislators in the state didn't do it, the tribe would do it, the federally recognized tribe, and then the state would be behind. And I said to him, it turns out, I should say, you know, my wife happens to teach legal studies, and she happens to know a lot about Indian law. It turns out that the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act requires that before any tribe can open a casino, and you may already know this now, hopefully you do, but many legislators did not know it, and they presented the idea that the tribe could simply open a casino and the state would be behind. The tribe has to get, not only has to get the land taken in trust, they have to get permission from the state to do this. They are technically sovereign defeated nations, so they have sovereignty, but the land they own, they don't actually own. It's taken in trust by the federal government. So this idea that, you know, the tribes, or single tribe at the time, they're talking about a couple of tribes, we're going to open a casino and then the state would lose all that revenue. And of course, as you know now, even when a tribe does it, they have to have a compact with the state. And you saw recently, I think they came up with a figure of, do I have it right, 21.5%, I believe. And now there's some misunderstanding about, you know, how much time it's going to take for that. So this is really very unfortunate. I had a debate with Barney Frank, who was in favor of this, thought it would be a good thing. And he said in this debate, you can see it in writing, it was in, I think, Commonwealth Magazine, the state legislature's magazine. He said that the tribes were getting this as a form of reparations from the federal government, that because of the harm that was done to Indian tribes during their history, that the federal government gave the tribes the right to have casinos. It's totally untrue. There's nothing like that. The tribes have a right to do anything in a state as a sovereign nation that the state allows to any other entity. So if a state allows bingo, for example, to a church group, the tribe can do that. And if they allow full-scale gambling, the tribe can do that also. The tribe, there's nothing about reparations in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act or anything in legal history. Well, the second thing I want to talk about is what's likely to happen if this thing moves ahead. And it's not because I'm a fortune teller and have sort of extraordinary abilities. I just, you know, have been observing for a long time what's happened in other parts of the country. And some of these things you may know, and some you may not. There are places in the country now where legislators are considering the possibility of subsidizing casinos. They're doing so badly. One of the places I've looked at, for example, is Indiana. Let me give you a little history of Indiana, and it may not sound all that. People don't usually talk about the history of Indiana. It doesn't have exotic history, but let me tell you a little bit about it. Indiana is was one of the premier industrial states in the United States, huge amount of manufacturing jobs. In 1970s on, as happened in many Midwestern states, Indiana lost thousands upon thousands of jobs. One city in Indiana I looked at, Anderson, Indiana. It's 50 miles northwest of Indianapolis. Used to have over 45,000 manufacturing jobs. By the early 2000s, winds up with about 4,000 manufacturing jobs. Probably about the same now, maybe, if they haven't lost any more. This happened in a lot of cities around Indiana, and so this legislature, like a number of other states, decided to legalize casinos. In that state, they legalized, if I remember correctly, I believe it was 12 or 13. Some at racetracks, some just standalone casinos. The casino they legalized in Anderson opened up. After 1 year, it went bankrupt. Went into bankruptcy protection, and then it reopened again after a couple more years. The owners said that, things would improve, no problem. Since that time, as you may know, casinos have been legalized in Ohio. Ohio, I think, again, not 100%, but about 10 casinos. Again, some at racetracks and some standalone. By the way, Ohio, the promoters of casinos spent approximately $60 million, a little over $60 million promoting this. It's more than was spent on the gubernatorial election, more than spent in any other single event to campaign for anything in Indiana. Huge amount of money. Anyway, now that Ohio has legalized the casinos, the projections are, and these are projections by the state, if I have them here, that the casino revenues will fall in Indiana. They've already fallen, but they project more as a result. The casinos, if I remember correctly, just opened in Ohio. Now that the casinos have opened in Ohio, legislators in Kentucky are scratching their heads and saying, wait a minute, we're going to have people from Kentucky going to the casinos in Ohio. We already have them going to Indiana. I'm sure that sounds familiar to you, this idea of people going across the border. So Kentucky legislators are now considering it. Then the people in Michigan are saying, they have three casinos now in Detroit. One of them went bankrupt, went back online. Maybe we should legalize more casinos in Michigan, okay? So the projections now are for declining revenues in Indiana. As far as Anderson, their unemployment rate since the casino has multiplied. They have one of the highest unemployments in the state, in spite of the casinos, promised revenues, promised jobs, and the future doesn't look bright. Now,
Professor, can I
yes.
interrupt just one? Do we need to suspend and reconvene on that hearing?
We do in a minute, we'll
Okay.
do that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thought
I don't need to cut you off. We
No,
can always come back.
if you like.
I just,
We have another hearing
Oh.
ongoing, so we're all
ongoing,
sitting
it's
there.
ongoing.
Yeah.
And
I'll try to be short.
Wait, no, please
No, I
continue.
just wanted you
It's
to-
only
Okay.
because we reached 4 o'clock that I
Okay.
mentioned it.
I wanted you just to finish that thought, and then we take a break, and then we come back to you. The break
Okay.
will be short,
Sure.
Professor. Yeah.
Now, the operators of casinos are holding conferences, talking about the saturation problem. Basically saying, the legislators are legalizing too many casinos where the profits are not there and the revenues are not there. Let me give you just a couple of examples of that. There was just a conference, I think it was a couple of months ago in Atlantic City, where operates not just in Atlantic City, from all over the nation. David Cordish, he's chairman of Cordish Companies, big casino operator. And I'm quoting him here, "I don't know how we can control the politicians. They certainly don't understand the word oversaturation. They think you can have casinos like Starbucks." Then there was Gary Loveman, who's head of, president of Caesars Entertainment, basically saying the same thing. In Atlantic City, the casinos were supposed to create the jobs, the revenue, et cetera. The last time I looked at it, they had about $40 billion, and had brought in $40 billion in revenue. The city didn't look much different than it did 20 years before that. Actually, in some parts of the city, it actually looked worse. The unemployment rate, just recently, is over 14% in Atlantic City. It's about 50% higher than the state average. In Atlantic City, and you may know this, they were building a casino, the Ravel Casino. You've heard about this, about slightly under $2.5 billion casino. It gets into trouble. Morgan Stanley, the bank that's bankrolling it, decides it'll walk away from $1.2 billion loss. It was so frightened of the market in Atlantic City, which has been going down. It's only after the governor steps in, Chris Christie, who is supposedly an advocate of, keeping government's hands off of business, steps in with a $261 million tax benefit for the casino. And then finally, other investors have come in to finish that casino. There are a lot of people in the investment community think this was a mistake.
All right, now I am going to interrupt if I might. You could stay right there if you
Yeah.
would, Professor, for just a second. And I'm going to suspend meeting number 16. And we will resume meeting number 16 and proceed to conclusion in just a few minutes. But I'm going to reconvene meeting number 17, which was and is being held to receive public comment on the permanent regulations that will support the Gaming Commission's takeover of the functions formerly performed by the State Racing Commission, and keep those regulations in place for the rest of the year. The resumption of meeting number 17 is designed to allow anyone who is present here to make comments about those proposed regulations and for the Commission to consider those comments. Is there anyone here who wishes to make comments about those regulations? I hear and see no response, and therefore, having now concluded at 4 o'clock the meeting that the Commission posted from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. today, I'm going to move that we adopt those regulations. And in order to do that, I'm going to move that the Gaming Commission promulgate the proposed regulation 205 CMR 1300 to provide for the orderly transition of the regulation of horse racing, harness racing, pari-mutuel wagering, simulcasting, and the humane handling, care, treatment, and transportation of racing greyhounds and related subject matter from the Massachusetts State Racing Commission to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Yeah, I'll do this one in just a second. Why? All right, strike that, please. So I'm going to move that the Gaming Commission issue an amended small business impact statement pursuant to General Laws 30A, Section 5, regarding the proposed 205 CMR 13 in substantially the form That's part of the packet that's been distributed to all of you and to those here in the audience. And to authorize Commissioner Cameron to take any action she may deem appropriate to finalize and submit said statement to the Secretary of the Commonwealth, and to post or publish the statement in the Commission's website, in the Massachusetts Register of the Secretary of the Commonwealth, or otherwise. Do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, and now I will return to the other motion and move that the Gaming Commission promulgate the proposed regulation 205 CMR 1300 to provide for the orderly transition of the regulation of horse racing, harness horse racing, parimutuel wagering, simulcasting, and the humane handling, care, treatment, and transportation of racing greyhounds and related subject matters from the Massachusetts State Racing Commission to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission in substantially the form, again, that's been distributed to you and is part of the packets distributed to all in attendance. And to authorize Commissioner Cameron to take all necessary actions, including without limitation, filing the regulations with and making any corrections as may be necessary to conform to the requirements of the Massachusetts Secretary of the Commonwealth for proper promulgation of these regulations. Do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. And that now concludes the business of that meeting. And I take it, Attorney Cook, you will take the next steps necessary on our behalf to get these matters filed with the Secretary of State.
I will, in conjunction with Commissioner Cameron.
Yes, all right. Thank you. That concludes the business of meeting number 17, and so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. That meeting is adjourned, and we return to
Okay.
you, Professor.
Well, I'll try to summarize at this point, because I'm sure you might want to ask me some questions. I think what's happened is, or in the process of happening, I should say, is that this casino cycle seems to be coming full circle. Not quite yet, but it's getting there. From casinos that get legalized to boost government revenues and create jobs, to a situation where states are considering providing, and in some cases actually providing, tax relief to keep them in business. And it's not unlikely that in the future, states will actually be subsidizing casinos to keep the jobs, just like they do in many states, the racing industry today. I know in Indiana, for example, the state has been paying roughly $60 million in taxpayer funds each year to support the racing industry because it doesn't make enough money and they're trying to keep the jobs. I know when we looked at it, and I can't say what it is today, you might be able to tell me, that Massachusetts was subsidizing the racing industry. I don't know if it's doing it now.
No, that's not accurate, sir.
It was. It would pay for the maintenance on the racetracks. This was years ago. But I'm not saying it's doing it now because I don't really know. But other states are doing it. And it's not, as we see, legislators in Indiana considering the idea of subsidizing the casinos. What'll happen is, you'll have a lot of people thousands of people working in the casinos. And should they run into trouble, you will have people, at the State House saying, keep our jobs. And that's how it's likely to happen. And in terms of the revenues, what you're likely to see is very large revenues at these casinos at first. In fact, they're likely to be even higher than some of the projections. It would not surprise me. And you will also see the lottery revenues decrease. But then things will even out. The casino revenues will decline, especially as other states, now, as you probably know, New Hampshire is already, in reaction to what's happening in Massachusetts, considering casinos for New Hampshire. Rhode Island will consider more casinos. The casinos in Connecticut, they may not expand casinos, but they'll be offering what they call looser slots and a whole bunch of other incentives to keep people in Connecticut and to try to keep people from other states to go to Connecticut. New York is in the process of expanding its casinos. Maine will, most likely. I don't know about Vermont. I have to tell you, when Howard Dean was governor, he asked me to talk to the legislature there. And I remember him saying to me, let all those states around us have casinos, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, et cetera. He said, we'll be the only state where people would like to come for vacation without casinos. I don't know what'll happen now. He's not governor. And with the pressure, it may change. They were considering some time ago a casino in Pownell, Vermont, across the border. The other thing that's interesting in terms of what we found in our research, and I see this playing out now, unfortunately, is we were looking at the economic impacts. And I think one of the biggest impacts was something we didn't expect. I mean, we should have, it's sort of obvious. And that was the political change that happened in the states where they legalized this. The casino industries in those states became among, if not the most powerful political player in the state. Huge amounts of money to spend, campaign contributions, a whole host of other things. So the state will shift. It's already done it in terms of the lottery, but now with casinos, the state will shift from being a regulator of gambling, even though they will have regulatory functions, but they will primarily become a promoter of gambling rather than a regulator. And that's what's happened in other states. Anytime there's some concern about the revenues going down, anything that might impede the revenues, there's always a tendency to act on behalf of the casino. You only have to look across the border here in terms of the Mashantucket Pequot Casino. There were numerous times when we were studying this where there were violations of liquor laws at the casino. The casino did not shut down for 1 minute. If a private liquor store or bar had done the same thing, some of them would have been out of business. I mean, they usually warn them the first time, and then there's a penalty, and they close them for a while, and if they keep doing it. But that never happened to the casinos, so that shift will occur, the political shift in favor of the casinos will occur, because the state will become hooked on the revenues, and whatever those revenues are, they will want to keep them, even though, if you look at it as a percentage of the total budget, it's quite small. But whatever it is, they will want to keep it. Last thing, what can be done? Very straightforward. You're the commission, you're the gaming commission. I'd call for a halt of this whole thing until you had a serious economic impact analysis. Very simple. And there are two things you need to find out. It doesn't have to be complicated. Only two things. I mentioned them before. One, the impacts on other businesses in the state. How much money is getting sucked out, discretionary spending getting sucked out of the economy. Two, the costs of problem gambling. When we've calculated it in other states, it's come to hundreds of millions of dollars. And, when you see this played out in the media, when the revenues come in, you talk about hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars in revenue. The problem, the economic problem, is on an individual basis, so the stories are not that interesting. One person going bankrupt and some contractor not getting paid because his client, lost all his money at a casino. Small businesses that collapse as a result of some of this. So you have to aggregate that. You have to add that up. It's the only way to see it. You're not going to see it in the individual stories, but you can study that. Because unfortunately, we have lots of case studies of what happens after casinos come in place. So anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Professor. Thank you very much. Are there questions for the professor?
I am going to need a break.
Pardon me?
I need a break. I can come back in 5 minutes, but I need a break.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess, and we'll resume in 5 minutes. Just before we took the break, I had asked whether any of you had any questions for Professor.
Did I?
Did you have a question, or was that just a
break request?
No, it was a break request. I can
All right.
have a question too, but,
All right.
well, yeah, I was just thinking, I'm not gonna remember the name, but the person from, Problem Gambling Forum, I believe from Harvard, the psychiatrist.
Howard
lady.
Schaefer. No.
Somebody that worked for him.
I'm sorry?
It was somebody that worked for.
That worked for him,
Professor
yes, yes. She was telling us about this notion of adaptability, that as they've seen casinos coming to other jurisdictions, that there's an increase in the rate of gaming, and that seems obvious. But there's also an increase on problem gambling, which is correlated, but that after a period of time, that trend reverses. And her idea, or some of the findings there were along the lines of after the introduction of casinos, or more gaming venues, the population adapts to this notion that you speak about, which is that of convenience.
Yeah.
Could you tell us a little bit more
Yeah.
about that notion, or what you thought was?
Let me say this. I don't know that particular study that you're referring to,
Okay.
but I do want to say, and I don't know if it was Howard Schaefer's group that's doing it or not. When I was doing my research, I believe he was head of addiction studies at the Harvard Medical School.
Yep.
And I actually had used some of his research and had spoken to him on a number of occasions because I was interested. And he had written a lot about the issue of underage gambling, teenage gambling, and some of the serious problems created. Then it turned out he was hired by the American Gaming Association to do studies. One study, and I'm doing this from memory, so I don't have the exact figures. I think the first study, they got about $140,000. Second study, they got around $400,000 to do studies. We started looking at those studies, and the Gaming Association has been using those studies, promoting them as serious studies. What it said was that the problem of problem gambling wasn't so bad in these studies, that it was only a very small percentage of the adult population in the states, and therefore not as worrisome as one might think. And that's the line that the Gambling Association took. They broke down gambling, which hadn't been done before, as far as I knew, into several levels of pathological gambling. So it got into this very technical analysis. But the bottom line was that it's not that much of a problem. On the other hand, if you look at the appendix to those studies, you will find that actually it is a problem. Because if you look at the changes from year to year, problem gambling went up and correlates, and I'd be happy to show you this, correlates directly with the introduction of more gambling casinos. But they didn't say that in their study. You have to look in the appendix and in their research data to find that. So I can't comment on this particular one, but I'm skeptical. That's all I can say.
Just one quick question, and I had forwarded you a provision in the bill which talked about, this commission having the authority, if it's so desired, to promulgate regs around design, construction of the gaming facility. And then I think the language, to paraphrase it, says, the building kind of has to blend in with the environment or architectural surroundings. Real quickly, would you have any thoughts about creation of those regs, or if there are models or any
I would say
guidelines to follow?
that idea, that you want the building to fit its surroundings is something you would say about any, I mean, I would say about any building, so I have no questions about that. I don't think I have any particular expertise about casino designs in spite of, I mean, I thank you for thinking I would, but I don't really, in terms of the actual design of buildings. I've designed mostly schools and housing, sometimes office buildings, but, and I have to be honest with you, I don't, know that much about the design of casino buildings.
To look at, but keeping in mind,
but the idea-
local zoning considerations, would that be enough to safeguard a community from having a building that doesn't look like it fits anywhere?
Well, I can say that, I've seen buildings, just to give you some experience, there was a building, it makes me think of this in terms of fitting. I used to live in Cambridge when I was teaching at MIT, and I lived near Harvard University, and they built a gymnasium. I think it was actually Radcliffe, but anyway, they built this gymnasium. The neighborhood was up in arms because it, small house, row houses, New England-style houses in this very homey community. And this building would have stood out. And so they decided, as a way of ameliorating the community's concerns, to actually put the building underground, or at least most of it is underground. And if I remember, I think it even has a grass roof on it, but I'm not 100% sure I have that memory of it. But these are very big buildings, as you could imagine, and any community is, I would imagine, be concerned about not only the size of it, the amount of traffic that's going to be generating, the pollution that's going to be generated as a result of the traffic. One of my interesting experiences in terms of buildings, or the siting of casino buildings, is in Mississippi. And it was in Tunica, Mississippi. I was studying Tunica, the casinos in Tunica, Mississippi. There was one casino, and about a quarter of a mile away was a children's entertainment center, a place where they had jungle gyms and video games and things for kids to play. And I went and interviewed people running the children's center, and I said, this is one of the nicest children's centers I've ever seen. It was like a few stories high, and kids could climb on these things, and it seemed like be a terrific place. I said, is there any problems that you've encountered? They said the only problem they've had is that people would go to play at the casino, and when they came, some of them would leave their kids for the whole day, sometimes during the evening as well. And when they came back, the parents were often in not a very good mood. And that would somehow reflect on the way they interacted with their kids. They said they were glad that this play center was not next to the casino. They were happy about that. But the big concern was the mood that the parents were in after they had been gambling for a good part of the day and then came to pick up their kids.
Thank you.
Well, Professor, thank you very much for those comments and for coming east to deliver them. So thank you very much.
Thanks for the invitation.
For your thoughts
Thank
and
you.
your
Thank you.
comments. All right, we're very near the finish line, but there is one item that came up in the context of that catch-all at the end, and that is a late request from our consultants of Spectrum Gaming Corporation, who have alerted us to the fact that there is an RFP that the Rhode Island Lottery has disseminated for casino consulting services in two phases. The first, to talk about, in a general sense, reviewing documents prepared by consultants to Twin River and Newport Grand, which are two operating now slot parlors, I gather Twin Rivers is at least, and which desire to proceed in a full-blown table games and other issues, to review documents that have been prepared by their consultants and give the lottery some advice on those. And then, if a referendum passes allowing expanded casino gaming in Rhode Island, to recommend appropriate staffing positions, titles, salaries, help develop rules, do in effect the same thing for Rhode Island that they're doing for us. And so the question from Spectrum is whether we would have any concerns about their responding to the RFP for that, and or they're carrying out the duties and functions if they were the successful bidders. So I'd put that out for discussion here.
Yeah, I do have some reservation relative to the potential conflict that they allude to, or that they are identifying. My understanding of most of the draws of these casinos is that the circumference of an hour drive is really a critical area of influence, which is the case with Rhode Island. Also, our engagement with Spectrum is at a critical point in which we're formulating the strategic plan. We're trying to come up with more competition in this state, and their ideas and their advice on that strategic plan, I think, is critical for Massachusetts. Whereas where we, at a subsequent phase with them, let's say if they were helping us implement the strategic plan as opposed to formulating one, I would see the question of a conflict a lot less than what it is now. So my reaction was that I do see a potential conflict. I don't know the specifics as to what Rhode Island will do on their phase 2 specifically. And we could talk more about that, or I'll be more interested about that. But given what I know about us, which is this notion of being in full strategic plan mode, I do see a conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, my first thought was I did not see a conflict. I certainly would trust, and I think they've earned our trust with the fact that our information would be separate and apart and not anything they'd share with Rhode Island. And I think they've served us well and will continue to serve other jurisdictions well. And in reading their memo, I didn't see that conflict.
Okay. Mr. Stone?
I agree with Commissioner Cameron. From what I looked through and saw, obviously they work with a number of other states, but obviously we're mindful of this one because they are right in our own backyard. But it really calls upon them to do a lot of regulatory work. I didn't really, from the small amount of information we got, look at anything that would necessarily put them in a conflict. But and I was curious as to whether their team, obviously, we know Fred Gushin has been working with us, and I'm assuming would be likely involved in this project, but I got the sense, and I can't find it now, that this would actually be a different team from Spectrum that would be working on this, and there might not be any overlap.
Well, I think there is another memorandum that I think was circulated and does indicate not a complete identity of teams, but a significant overlap in the teams that will be working on the two projects. Anything further?
No.
I do agree with Commissioner Zuniga. I see particularly given the stage that we're at, I do see I do see the potential for a conflict. I have no doubt in the integrity of this firm and the undivided loyalty they've given us thus far, but I do see an overlap, particularly given where we are, and given the fact that the regulatory process inevitably is designed to make the environment one that is a reasonable one in which to do business. Something that goes into the regulations that is designed to serve a number of interests. And so it's very hard to, no matter how hard you try to be focused independently, some conflict there, that particularly when you have adjoining states that are in fact going to be competitors. The second thing, and I think our history has taught us, is the appearances. To have our commissioner, our consultants, working at the time they're working for us as consultants, consulting with a competitor for the very same purpose, I think is not something that I would feel comfortable with. And I think we could and would be scrutinized in a way that we just don't need if we can avoid it. So I would strongly agree with Commissioner Zuniga. I don't know where Steve is on that, or whether on the appearance side, either of you have any concerns about that?
Well, before he left, he said that he did not see an issue with this. He didn't
Right.
think it was a conflict, but that he would defer to you. And those were his comments before he left.
Oh, I missed that.
That he would defer to us.
To us,
To
okay.
us.
Well, he actually was specific to
Exclusively.
Commissioner McHugh, actually. His comments were specific to you.
Well, let's report back to him.
Let's report.
Yeah. Yeah.
What we've done, and we'll see where we go. But we've got a sense, I don't know whether the appearance piece,
I think your comments are well spoken, that there is at the surface, unless somebody delved down into the details, you could raise the appearance of a conflict, whether it was real or not. I just looked ahead to the posting, not to bring the chairman back into it, but, they need to submit their proposals according to this posting by, Friday, July 7th.
Right.
So.
We have
we've
another
missed
week.
that.
Right.
No,
No,
it's,
they've submitted.
Oh,
They've
July
submitted.
7th?
yeah. So I don't
They've
know whether,
submitted.
I don't know
They've
what the
submitted.
status-
Yeah, they've
They may
submitted.
have submitted,
they may have
can
submitted.
withdraw. or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I want to
if
bring up
it's
another point that is peripheral, but maybe relevant, which is that this engagement would be working for the lottery, and that's the way they're set up down in Rhode Island. Spectrum also has an engagement with the Treasurer's Office, the lottery, relative to online gaming products. And I can only suspect that they may have reached out to the lottery, but I don't know whether they have asked about this conflict of them as well. I'd be interested to know what they thought about that, or if they have been approached by Spectrum. I don't
Well,
know.
let's,
I don't know that.
my sense is that they asked us because they were concerned about whether there was any concern. So let's follow up on that. Let's relay to the chairman and to them the discussion that's taken place here today, and if we need to take this up further, if they don't make a decision in light of what we've discussed here today, and convey to them the substance of it, and convey to them both the concerns and lack of concern that's been expressed, and we'll see where we go.
Okay.
All right. I think we could not conceivably have any more business, could we? All right. So I'd entertain at this point a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 And we are adjourned.